Implore. To beg with great emotion. Example, he implored the judge for mercy. Cross-examine. To question aggressively to find flaws. Example, the lawyer cross-examined her for an hour. Grill. To question someone intensely. Example, detectives grilled him about his alibi. Interrogate. To question formally and persistently. Example, police interrogated the suspect all night. Pump. To question to extract information. Example, she pumped her friend for gossip. Quiz. To test or question sharply. Example, he quizzed her on every detail. Ambush. To attack from a hidden position. Example, the soldiers ambushed the convoy at dawn. Blitz. To attack with overwhelming speed. Example, the team blitzed the quarterback repeatedly. Bombard. To overwhelm with many things at once. Example, reporters bombarded her with questions. Assail. To attack fiercely or verbally. Example, critics assailed the policy from all sides. Assault. To attack someone physically. Example, he was arrested for assaulting a bystander. Besiege. To surround and pressure someone. Example, fans besieged the star outside the hotel. Invade. To enter by force and take over. Example, the army invaded at midnight. Storm. To attack or enter with great force. Example, police stormed the building. Angle. To position at a slant. Example, he angled the lamp toward his book. Arc. To move in a curved path. Example, the ball arced over the fence. Buckle. To bend under pressure. Example, the bridge buckled under the weight. Coil. To wind into a spiral. Example, the snake coiled around the branch. Crook. To bend at an angle. Example, she crooked her finger to call him over. Curl. To form into a curved shape. Example, the paper curled at the edges from heat. Curve. To bend smoothly in one direction. Example, the road curved sharply to the left. Flex. To bend a muscle or joint. Example, he flexed his fingers before typing. Warp. To bend out of shape permanently. Example, the wood warped from too much moisture. Crouch. To lower the body by bending the knees. Example, she crouched behind the wall to hide. Curtsy. To bow with bent knees. Example, the girl curtsied before the queen. Hunch. To bend forward with rounded shoulders. Example, he hunched over his desk all day. Kneel. To rest on one or both knees. Example, she knelt beside the injured dog. Stoop. To bend the head and shoulders forward. Example, he stooped to pick up the dropped key. Nibble. To eat in small, delicate bites. Example, she nibbled at a corner of the cracker. Chew. To grind food with the teeth. Example, he chewed slowly, savoring every bite. Gnash. To grind the teeth together in anger. Example, she gnashed her teeth in frustration. Gnaw. To bite or chew persistently. Example, the dog gnawed on the bone for hours. Munch. To chew steadily and audibly. Example, he munched on popcorn during the movie. Chomp. To bite down hard and noisily. Example, she chomped into the apple. Crunch. To crush noisily while chewing. Example, he crunched the last of the chips. Nip. To bite quickly and sharply. Example, the dog nipped at her heels. Annoy. To irritate or bother slightly. Example, the buzzing noise annoyed everyone. Bug. To irritate or bother someone. Example, stop bugging me while I'm working. Irk. To annoy or irritate. Example, his constant lateness irked his teammates. Irritate. To make someone slightly angry. Example, the scratchy fabric irritated her skin. Miff. To offend or upset slightly. Example, her offhand comment miffed him. Nettle. To annoy or provoke. Example, his smug tone nettled her. Aggravate. To make worse or more intense. Example, stress aggravated his back pain. Chafe. To irritate by rubbing or annoy persistently. Example, the endless delays chafed the whole team. Harass. To bother persistently and aggressively. Example, he was fired for harassing colleagues. Peeve. To make slightly irritated. Example, the slow service peeved the diners. Perturb. To disturb or unsettle someone. Example, the strange news perturbed her greatly. Pester. To annoy repeatedly with requests. Example, the child pestered his mother for candy. Rile. To make angry or irritated. Example, his dismissive tone riled the whole team. Ruffle. To disturb someone's calm. Example, the criticism ruffled his pride. Exasperate. To greatly irritate and frustrate. Example, her endless excuses exasperated the teacher. Madden. To drive someone to intense anger. Example, the injustice maddened the crowd. Plague. To cause continual trouble or distress. Example, injuries plagued the team all season. Vex. To annoy or worry persistently. Example, the problem vexed scientists for years. Crumble. To break into small pieces. Example, the old wall crumbled at a touch. Granulate. To grind into small grains. Example, the machine granulates sugar into powder. Grind. To crush by rubbing together. Example, he ground the coffee beans fresh each morning. Mash. To crush into a soft mass. Example, she mashed the potatoes with butter. Powder. To reduce to fine dust. Example, he powdered the spices in a mortar. Shatter. To break suddenly into many pieces. Example, the glass shattered on the floor. Fracture. To break a bone or hard material. Example, she fractured her wrist in the fall. Fragment. To break into many separate parts. Example, the vase fragmented on impact. Splinter. To break into sharp thin pieces. Example, the bat splintered on the first swing. Atomize. To break into the smallest possible parts. Example, the explosion atomized the structure. Cripple. To damage severely and limit function. Example, the virus crippled the city's power grid. Disintegrate. To break apart completely. Example, the meteor disintegrated in the atmosphere. Mangle. To damage badly by crushing or tearing. Example, the machinery mangled his sleeve. Pulverize. To crush into dust or powder. Example, the machine pulverizes rocks into gravel. Ruin. To destroy or spoil completely. Example, the storm ruined the harvest. Spoil. To damage or make unpleasant. Example, rain spoiled their picnic. Wreck. To destroy or damage beyond repair. Example, he wrecked the car on the highway. Obliterate. To destroy completely, leaving nothing. Example, the fire obliterated the entire block. Rupture. To break open or burst. Example, the appendix ruptured during surgery. Flake. To break off in thin flat pieces. Example, the old paint flaked from the wall. Peel. To strip off an outer layer. Example, he peeled the orange in one long strip. Shed. To drop or cast off naturally. Example, the snake shed its skin. Flatten. To make completely flat. Example, the tornado flattened every house in its path. Deface. To damage the surface or appearance of. Example, vandals defaced the statue with spray paint. Vandalize. To deliberately damage property. Example, someone vandalized the park benches overnight. Gasp. To inhale sharply from shock or effort. Example, she gasped when she saw the bill. Heave. To breathe with great effort. Example, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Rasp. To breathe with a rough, harsh sound. Example, he rasped painfully after the long run. Suck. To draw in air with effort. Example, she sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Wheeze. To breathe with a whistling sound. Example, the old engine wheezed as it started. Huff. To breathe out loudly in annoyance. Example, she huffed and crossed her arms. Sniff. To draw air in through the nose. Example, he sniffed back tears at the funeral. Snort. To exhale forcefully through the nose. Example, she snorted with disbelief at his excuse. Blow. To send out a stream of air. Example, he blew out all the candles at once. Puff. To breathe in short bursts. Example, he puffed after climbing the stairs. Asphyxiate. To suffocate from lack of oxygen. Example, the fumes nearly asphyxiated the workers. Choke. To block the airway. Example, she choked on a piece of bread. Smother. To suffocate by blocking air. Example, smoke smothered any chance of escape. Suffocate. To die from lack of air. Example, he nearly suffocated inside the sealed room. Heft. To lift and gauge the weight of. Example, she hefted the backpack and groaned. Lug. To carry something heavy with difficulty. Example, he lugged the suitcase up 4 flights. Haul. To pull or carry with effort. Example, workers hauled equipment up the steep path. Tow. To pull a vehicle or vessel. Example, the truck towed the car to the garage. Trawl. To pull a net through water, to search. Example, they trawled the lake for evidence. Cart. To carry something by hand or cart. Example, she carted boxes all day during the move. Tote. To carry something by hand. Example, he toted a heavy bag across campus. Amend. To change or correct something. Example, she amended her statement to the police. Deviate. To move away from a standard or plan. Example, he deviated from the script unexpectedly. Diverge. To separate into different directions. Example, their opinions diverged on the key issue. Tweak. To adjust by making small changes. Example, she tweaked the recipe until it was perfect. Reshape. To give a new form to something. Example, the crisis reshaped the entire industry. Modify. To make changes to improve something. Example, they modified the design after testing. Refine. To improve by removing flaws. Example, she refined her argument before presenting it. Revise. To change and improve after review. Example, he revised the essay 3 times. Customize. To modify for individual needs. Example, she customized the software for her workflow. Tailor. To adapt specifically to someone's needs. Example, he tailored the speech for each audience. Bolt. To lock with a bolt. Example, she bolted the door and turned off the lights. Fasten. To attach or secure firmly. Example, he fastened his seatbelt before takeoff. Seal. To close tightly so nothing passes. Example, he sealed the envelope and mailed it. Muddle. To confuse or mix up slightly. Example, his directions muddled everyone. Puzzle. To confuse or perplex. Example, the missing clue puzzled the detective. Jumble. To mix up in a disordered way. Example, the files were jumbled in the wrong order. Perplex. To confuse completely. Example, her strange behavior perplexed her friends. Stump. To puzzle someone completely. Example, the final question stumped even the experts. Baffle. To confuse utterly. Example, the magician's trick baffled the crowd. Bewilder. To cause complete confusion. Example, the complicated form bewildered him. Confound. To confuse and astonish. Example, the results confounded the researchers. Mystify. To puzzle or confuse completely. Example, her disappearance mystified investigators. Bamboozle. To trick or deceive cleverly. Example, he bamboozled them into signing the contract. Dupe. To trick or deceive someone. Example, she was duped into giving away her savings. Hoodwink. To deceive by trickery. Example, the scammer hoodwinked dozens of victims. Snooker. To trick into a difficult situation. Example, she was snookered by his clever argument. Mask. To cover or hide partially. Example, trees masked the view of the highway. Shroud. To cover and hide from view. Example, fog shrouded the valley at dawn. Veil. To cover or conceal partially. Example, she veiled her disappointment with a smile. Conceal. To hide something from view. Example, he concealed the letter under the mattress. Eclipse. To block or overshadow completely. Example, her performance eclipsed everyone else. Mope. To sulk sadly without purpose. Example, he moped around the house all weekend. Pout. To show displeasure by pushing out the lips. Example, she pouted when she didn't get her way. Sulk. To be silently moody and withdrawn. Example, he sulked in his room after losing. Choke up. To become too emotional to speak. Example, she choked up when accepting the award. Fuss. To cry or complain in a fretful way. Example, the baby fussed all through the night. Sniffle. To cry quietly with soft sniffing sounds. Example, she sniffled through the sad movie. Snivel. To cry weakly and complainingly. Example, he sniveled instead of facing the problem. Whimper. To make soft feeble crying sounds. Example, the puppy whimpered by the closed door. Whine. To cry or complain in a high tone. Example, he whined about every small inconvenience. Bawl. To cry loudly and without restraint. Example, the child bawled in the middle of the store. Blubber. To cry noisily and messily. Example, he blubbered throughout the entire ceremony. Boo-hoo. To cry loudly and dramatically. Example, she boo-hooed at every minor disappointment. Lament. To express grief or sorrow loudly. Example, she lamented the loss of her childhood home. Moan. To make a low sound of pain or grief. Example, he moaned in pain all through the night. Sob. To cry with convulsive gasps. Example, she sobbed into her pillow for hours. Squall. To cry loudly and piercingly. Example, the newborn squalled until fed. Wail. To cry loudly in grief or pain. Example, she wailed when she heard the news. Weep. To cry with tears flowing. Example, he wept quietly at his father's graveside. Bemoan. To express deep regret or sorrow. Example, she bemoaned the loss of the old neighborhood. Bewail. To mourn or lament deeply. Example, he bewailed his foolish decision for years. Grieve. To feel intense sorrow after a loss. Example, she grieved for months after his death. Mourn. To feel sadness over a loss. Example, the town mourned the loss of its oldest resident. Pine for. To suffer from longing for something. Example, he pined for his homeland every day. Clip. To cut with short, sharp strokes. Example, she clipped the article from the newspaper. Incise. To cut cleanly into a surface. Example, the surgeon incised the skin carefully. Lacerate. To tear flesh in a jagged way. Example, the broken glass lacerated his palm. Nick. To make a small cut. Example, he nicked his chin while shaving. Scour. To clean by rubbing hard. Example, she scoured the pot until it shone. Slit. To cut a long narrow opening. Example, he slit the envelope open with a knife. Snip. To cut with small quick strokes. Example, she snipped the thread with scissors. Trim. To cut to neaten or reduce size. Example, he trimmed the hedge into a neat shape. Dice. To cut into small cubes. Example, he diced the onion finely. Halve. To cut into 2 equal parts. Example, he halved the apple and gave her a piece. Mince. To cut into very tiny pieces. Example, she minced the garlic before adding it. Shred. To tear or cut into thin strips. Example, she shredded old documents for security. Split. To divide by cutting lengthwise. Example, she split the log in one stroke. Crop. To cut to a smaller size. Example, he cropped the photo to remove the background. Mow. To cut grass with a machine. Example, she mowed the lawn every Saturday morning. Pare down. To cut away the outer layer or reduce. Example, he pared down the budget to essentials. Prune. To cut away dead branches. Example, she pruned the roses in early spring. Shave. To cut a thin layer from a surface. Example, he shaved the rough edges of the wood. Shear. To cut through with blades. Example, workers sheared the sheep every spring. Carve. To cut into a shape or pattern. Example, he carved a duck from a block of wood. Cleave. To split with a heavy blow. Example, she cleaved the log cleanly in two. Gash. To make a long deep cut. Example, he gashed his hand on the broken fence. Lop. To cut off branches or limbs. Example, he lopped the dead branches from the oak. Sever. To cut completely apart. Example, the accident severed the cable. Exhume. To dig up a buried body. Example, they exhumed the body for a new investigation. Unearth. To dig up or discover hidden things. Example, archaeologists unearthed ancient pottery. Burrow. To dig a tunnel or hole. Example, the rabbit burrowed under the fence. Delve. To search deeply into something. Example, she delved into the archives for hours. Drill. To bore a hole with a rotating tool. Example, workers drilled through the concrete wall. Tunnel. To dig or move through a tunnel. Example, miners tunneled under the river. Disembowel. To remove the internal organs. Example, the hunter disemboweled the deer. Dredge. To scoop material from underwater. Example, workers dredged the harbor to clear it. Gouge. To scoop out or dig roughly. Example, he gouged a hole in the wall. Gut. To remove the inside of something. Example, fire gutted the old warehouse. Hollow out. To remove the inside, creating a space. Example, she hollowed out the pumpkin for Halloween. Scoop. To lift or remove with a scooping motion. Example, he scooped the ice cream into a bowl. Hoe. To break up soil with a hoe. Example, she hoed the garden beds in the morning. Sift. To pass through a sieve to separate. Example, he sifted the flour before mixing. Flinch. To draw back quickly from pain or shock. Example, she flinched when the balloon popped. Recoil. To spring back suddenly. Example, he recoiled in disgust from the smell. Cower. To crouch in fear. Example, the dog cowered under the table during the storm. Cringe. To shrink back in fear or embarrassment. Example, he cringed at his old diary entries. Shrink. To draw back from fear or disgust. Example, she shrank from his angry glare. Wince. To flinch from pain or discomfort. Example, he winced when the nurse gave the injection. Sip. To drink in small, careful amounts. Example, she sipped her tea by the window. Guzzle. To drink greedily and quickly. Example, she guzzled water after the long run. Knock back. To drink quickly in one motion. Example, he knocked back the shot and grimaced. Swill. To drink in large careless gulps. Example, they swillied cheap beer all evening. Chow down. To eat eagerly and enthusiastically. Example, the hikers chowed down after the long trail. Cram. To stuff food in quickly. Example, he crammed a handful of chips in his mouth. Gobble. To eat fast and greedily. Example, she gobbled her lunch in 3 minutes. Gorge. To eat to excess. Example, they gorged on pizza after the game. Gulp. To swallow hastily in large amounts. Example, he gulped down breakfast and ran out. Nosh. To snack or eat informally. Example, she noshed on almonds throughout the day. Polish off. To finish all of something quickly. Example, he polished off the entire plate. Wolf. To eat very quickly and greedily. Example, she wolfed her meal before the break ended. Feast. To eat a large celebratory meal. Example, they feasted on roast lamb all evening. Overindulge. To eat or drink far too much. Example, she overindulged at the buffet and regretted it. Snack. To eat a small amount between meals. Example, he snacked on fruit throughout the afternoon. Dine. To eat a formal or main meal. Example, they dined at an elegant restaurant. Choke down. To swallow with great difficulty. Example, he choked down the bitter medicine. Peck at. To eat very little without appetite. Example, she only pecked at her dinner that night. Bundle. To wrap up together in cloth or fabric. Example, she bundled the baby in a warm blanket. Swaddle. To wrap snugly in cloth. Example, the nurse swaddled the newborn tightly. Swathe. To wrap or bind in strips. Example, he swathed his injured arm in bandages. Confine. To keep within limits or a space. Example, they confined the puppy to the kitchen. Encircle. To form a circle around something. Example, mountains encircle the small valley. Encompass. To surround and include completely. Example, the park encompasses over 1,000 acres. Envelop. To wrap or surround completely. Example, fog enveloped the city by morning. Hem in. To surround and restrict movement. Example, police hemmed in the protesters. Cuddle. To hold close in a loving way. Example, the child cuddled the stuffed bear. Nestle. To settle comfortably close to someone. Example, she nestled into the armchair with a book. Snuggle. To press closely for warmth or comfort. Example, the kittens snuggled together for warmth. Cascade. To fall rapidly in a flowing stream. Example, water cascaded down the rocky cliff. Descend. To move downward. Example, she descended the stairs carefully. Plummet. To fall steeply and rapidly. Example, stock prices plummeted after the news. Plunge. To fall or dive suddenly. Example, he plunged into the icy water. Overturn. To tip over or reverse. Example, the truck overturned on the icy road. Unseat. To knock from a seat or position. Example, the challenger unseated the champion. Belly flop. To fall flat onto the stomach. Example, he belly flopped into the pool. Flop. To fall heavily and loosely. Example, he flopped onto the couch exhausted. Swoon. To faint or nearly faint. Example, she swooned at the sight of him. Pitch. To fall forward suddenly. Example, he pitched forward on the icy step. Topple. To fall over unsteadily. Example, the vase toppled off the shelf. Totter. To walk or stand unsteadily. Example, the toddler tottered across the room. Tumble. To fall suddenly and awkwardly. Example, he tumbled down the grassy hill. Bicker. To argue over small things. Example, the siblings bickered all through dinner. Clash. To come into conflict. Example, the two personalities clashed immediately. Nitpick. To criticize tiny unimportant details. Example, he nitpicked every line of her report. Quarrel. To have an angry argument. Example, the neighbors quarreled over the fence. Quibble. To argue over minor points. Example, stop quibbling and make a decision. Squabble. To argue noisily over trivial things. Example, the children squabbled over the remote. Brawl. To fight noisily in a rough way. Example, they brawled outside the bar. Grapple. To struggle in close contact. Example, he grappled with his attacker on the ground. Scuffle. To fight in a rough, confused way. Example, security scuffled with the protester. Skirmish. To fight briefly at the edges. Example, the patrol skirmished near the border. Tussle. To fight or compete energetically. Example, the two men tussled for the ball. Wrangle. To argue noisily and at length. Example, lawyers wrangled over the contract terms. Wrestle. To fight by grappling with the body. Example, he wrestled his opponent to the mat. Clog. To block a passage completely. Example, grease clogged the kitchen drain. Congest. To fill so movement is difficult. Example, traffic congested the highway for miles. Stuff. To fill by cramming tightly. Example, he stuffed his pockets with snacks. Mend. To repair something that is broken. Example, he mended the fence after the storm. Patch. To repair with a piece of material. Example, she patched the hole in his jeans. Remedy. To fix or solve a problem. Example, he remedied the error before printing. Glide. To move smoothly without effort. Example, the swan glided across the still lake. Soar. To fly high with little effort. Example, the eagle soared above the canyon. Hover. To remain suspended in one spot. Example, the helicopter hovered above the rooftop. Levitate. To rise and float in the air. Example, the magician appeared to levitate off the stage. Jet. To move very fast through the air. Example, she jetted across the Atlantic overnight. Swoop. To fly down suddenly in a curve. Example, the hawk swooped and caught the mouse. Nosedive. To descend steeply headfirst. Example, the plane nosedived before the pilot recovered. Fork over. To hand over money reluctantly. Example, he finally forked over the fee. Shell out. To pay money often unwillingly. Example, she shelled out a fortune for repairs. Dispense. To give out portions to many people. Example, the machine dispensed tickets automatically. Bestow. To give as an honor or gift. Example, the king bestowed a medal on the hero. Acquiesce. To accept reluctantly without protest. Example, he acquiesced after long negotiation. Cave. To give in under pressure. Example, she finally caved and agreed to the terms. Defer. To yield to someone else's judgment. Example, she deferred to the expert's opinion. Relent. To soften and give way. Example, she relented and let him stay. Relinquish. To give up a right or possession. Example, he relinquished his claim to the property. Affix. To attach firmly to a surface. Example, she affixed a stamp to the envelope. Drape. To hang or arrange loosely. Example, she draped a shawl over the chair. Pin. To attach with a pin or hold in place. Example, he pinned the notice to the board. Dangle. To hang loosely and swing. Example, keys dangled from her belt loop. Suspend. To hang from a fixed point. Example, lights were suspended from the ceiling. Bump. To hit accidentally. Example, he bumped his head on the low doorframe. Collide. To crash into each other. Example, two cars collided at the intersection. Cuff. To hit lightly with an open hand. Example, she cuffed him playfully on the shoulder. Slap. To strike with an open hand. Example, she slapped the mosquito on her arm. Smack. To strike sharply with an open hand. Example, he smacked the table in frustration. Spank. To slap as punishment. Example, she spanked his hand away from the stove. Bat. To hit lightly with a swinging motion. Example, she batted the balloon across the room. Bop. To hit gently on the head. Example, she bopped him on the head with a pillow. Rap. To strike sharply with knuckles. Example, he rapped on the door 3 times. Swat. To hit with a flat sweeping blow. Example, she swatted the fly with a newspaper. Tag. To touch lightly in passing. Example, he tagged her on the shoulder in the game. Belt. To hit hard with force. Example, he belted the ball into left field. Bludgeon. To hit repeatedly with a heavy object. Example, he was bludgeoned in the alley. Clobber. To hit hard or defeat soundly. Example, she clobbered the competition at the finals. Clout. To hit with force. Example, he clout the ball over the fence. Sideswipe. To strike on the side while passing. Example, the truck sideswiped the parked car. Slug. To hit hard with the fist. Example, he slugged the sandbag in training. Smite. To strike with great force. Example, he smote the table with his fist. Thump. To hit with a dull heavy sound. Example, he thumped his fist on the table. Uppercut. To punch upward under the jaw. Example, the boxer uppercut and knocked him down. Wallop. To hit with great force. Example, she walloped the ball out of the park. Buffet. To strike repeatedly. Example, waves buffeted the small vessel all night. Pummel. To hit repeatedly with fists. Example, she pummeled the heavy bag in frustration. Wail on. To hit repeatedly and hard. Example, the boxer wailed on his opponent in the corner. Cane. To beat with a cane. Example, he was caned for breaking the rules. Flog. To beat repeatedly with a whip. Example, sailors were once flogged for insubordination. Lash. To strike with a whip or cord. Example, rain lashed the windows all night. Paddle. To hit with a flat board. Example, he paddled the canoe across the lake. Scourge. To whip severely or cause suffering. Example, malaria was a scourge that devastated entire regions before effective treatments were found. Switch. To beat with a thin, flexible stick. Example, he switched the horse to move faster. Torment. To cause continual suffering. Example, guilt tormented him for years. Torture. To inflict severe pain deliberately. Example, he was tortured for information. Mistreat. To treat someone badly or cruelly. Example, animals should never be mistreated. Afflict. To cause pain or suffering. Example, Arthritis afflicted him in his old age. Bruise. To injure, causing a discolored mark. Example, she bruised her knee in the fall. Punish. To impose a penalty for wrongdoing. Example, the court punished the fraud with prison. Throttle. To choke by squeezing the throat. Example, he grabbed and throttled the thief. Crucify. To torment or criticize harshly. Example, the press crucified the politician. Persecute. To treat cruelly over time. Example, they were persecuted for their beliefs. Strangle. To choke by squeezing the throat. Example, vines strangled the old oak tree. Damage. To cause harm to something. Example, the flood damaged hundreds of homes. Poison. To harm by introducing toxic substance. Example, the leak poisoned the groundwater. Bound. To leap forward with energy. Example, the dog bounded across the yard. Quail. To shrink back from fear. Example, he quailed before the angry crowd. Spring. To jump suddenly upward or forward. Example, she sprang out of bed at dawn. Hurdle. To jump over an obstacle. Example, he hurdled the fence in one leap. Surmount. To climb over or get past a difficulty. Example, she surmounted every obstacle in her path. Vault. To jump over using hands or a pole. Example, he vaulted the turnstile. Lunge. To move forward suddenly and quickly. Example, the dog lunged at the passing car. Pounce. To jump on something suddenly. Example, the cat pounced on the toy mouse. Chuckle. To laugh quietly to oneself. Example, she chuckled at the joke. Titter. To laugh in a suppressed nervous way. Example, the audience tittered at the remark. Bellow. To shout or laugh very loudly. Example, he bellowed with laughter across the room. Chortle. To laugh with gleeful satisfaction. Example, she chortled at the punchline. Guffaw. To laugh loudly and heartily. Example, he guffawed so hard tears ran down his face. Hoot. To laugh or shout with amusement. Example, the crowd hooted with laughter. Howl. To laugh uncontrollably. Example, they howled at every joke he told. Roar. To laugh very loudly. Example, the audience roared at the comedian's act. Whoop. To shout or laugh excitedly. Example, she whooped with joy at the finish line. Giggle. To laugh in a light, high-pitched way. Example, the girls giggled behind their hands. Tee-hee. To laugh in a silly, childish way. Example, she tee-heed at every silly remark. Cackle. To laugh harshly and shrilly. Example, the villain cackled at his own plan. Crow. To boast or laugh in triumph. Example, he crowed over his rival's mistake. Jeer. To mock with laughter or shouts. Example, the crowd jeered the opposing team. Mock. To ridicule or mimic scornfully. Example, she mocked his pretentious accent. Snicker. To laugh in a suppressed, disrespectful way. Example, students snickered behind the teacher's back. Snigger. To laugh rudely and quietly. Example, they sniggered at his outdated outfit. Taunt. To provoke with mocking words. Example, rivals taunted him about his defeat. Distort. To misrepresent or twist the truth. Example, he distorted the facts in his account. Fabricate. To invent a false story. Example, she fabricated an excuse for being late. Fib. To tell a small harmless lie. Example, he fibbed about finishing his vegetables. Fudge. To present facts dishonestly. Example, the company fudged its earnings report. Deceive. To make someone believe something false. Example, he deceived his family for years. Falsify. To alter to make false or misleading. Example, she falsified the documents. Misrepresent. To give a false account of. Example, he misrepresented his qualifications. Con. To deceive someone into giving money. Example, she was conned out of her savings. Perjure. To lie under oath in court. Example, the witness perjured himself on the stand. Hoist. To raise with ropes or machinery. Example, workers hoisted the beam into place. Elevate. To raise to a higher position. Example, the promotion elevated him to manager. Hike up. To raise a price or quantity. Example, the landlord hiked up the rent again. Glimpse. To see briefly or partially. Example, he glimpsed her through the crowd. Skim. To read or look over quickly. Example, he skimmed the report before the meeting. Peek. To look quickly and secretly. Example, he peeked through the curtains. Peer. To look closely and searchingly. Example, she peered at the small print. Scout. To look around to find information. Example, he scouted the area before setting camp. Gape. To stare with mouth open in surprise. Example, she gaped at the massive diamond. Gawk. To stare rudely and openly. Example, tourists gawked at the celebrity. Ogle. To stare in an obvious rude way. Example, he ogled every car in the showroom. Appraise. To assess carefully with a look. Example, he appraised the antique with a trained eye. Behold. To see or observe with wonder. Example, she beheld the sunrise in silence. Gaze. To look steadily and intently. Example, she gazed out the window at the rain. Peruse. To read or examine carefully. Example, she perused the contract before signing. Pore over. To study something very carefully. Example, he pored over the map all morning. Regard. To look at steadily or consider. Example, she regarded him with suspicion. Examine. To inspect closely and thoroughly. Example, the doctor examined the wound carefully. Eyeball. To look at carefully and directly. Example, he eyeballed every piece before buying. Gander. To take a look at something. Example, take a gander at what he built. Inspect. To look at carefully for defects. Example, the officer inspected every room. Rubberneck. To stare nosily at something. Example, drivers rubbernecked at the accident scene. Scrutinize. To examine very closely for detail. Example, she scrutinized every line of the contract. Snoop. To look through others' things secretly. Example, he snooped through her desk. Squint. To narrow the eyes to see better. Example, she squinted at the tiny text. Glare. To stare with anger or hatred. Example, she glared at him across the table. Glower. To look with a dark angry expression. Example, he glowered at every interruption. Lower. To look threateningly by lowering the brows. Example, the guard lowered as they approached. Scowl. To frown angrily. Example, she scowled at the noise outside. Snarl. To speak or look angrily. Example, he snarled at anyone who came near. Sneer. To smile or look with contempt. Example, he sneered at her amateur attempt. Buzz. To make a low humming sound. Example, the bees buzzed around the hive. Ding. To make a short ringing sound. Example, the elevator dinged at every floor. Ping. To make a sharp ringing sound. Example, her phone pinged with a new message. Whiz. To move with a rushing sound. Example, the arrow whizzed past his ear. Drone. To make a continuous low humming sound. Example, planes droned overhead all afternoon. Echo. To repeat a sound by reflection. Example, her voice echoed through the empty hall. Hum. To make a low steady sound. Example, she hummed softly while cooking. Whir. To make a buzzing spinning sound. Example, the fan whirred quietly in the corner. Chime. To ring with a clear musical tone. Example, the clock chimed on the hour. Knell. To ring a bell slowly and solemnly. Example, the church bell knelled for the funeral. Peal. To ring loudly and fully. Example, bells pealed across the valley. Toll. To ring slowly and regularly. Example, the church bell tolled 12 times. Trill. To sing or play with a rapid vibrating sound. Example, a bird trilled from the treetop. Warble. To sing with a wavering melodic sound. Example, she warbled a folk song to the children. Beep. To make a short electronic sound. Example, the machine beeped 3 times. Blip. To make a small electronic sound. Example, the radar blipped with a new contact. Chirp. To make a high short sound. Example, crickets chirped all through the night. Clang. To make a loud ringing metal sound. Example, the bell clanged in the tower. Clank. To make a dull metallic sound. Example, chains clanked in the cold corridor. Rattle. To make a rapid knocking sound. Example, windows rattled in the strong wind. Blare. To make a loud harsh sound. Example, horns blared at the stuck traffic. Honk. To sound a horn loudly. Example, drivers honked in frustration. Toot. To make a short horn sound. Example, the boat tooted as it left the dock. Creak. To make a high squeaking sound when moved. Example, the old stairs creaked at every step. Jangle. To make a discordant ringing sound. Example, keys jangled in his pocket. Purr. To make a soft continuous sound. Example, the cat purred in her lap. Rustle. To make a soft sound of movement. Example, leaves rustled in the gentle breeze. Tinkle. To make a light ringing sound. Example, a bell tinkled above the shop door. Swish. To move with a soft rushing sound. Example, her skirt swished as she walked. Whoosh. To move with a rushing sweeping sound. Example, the train whooshed through the tunnel. Blunder. To make a careless stupid mistake. Example, he blundered by sending the wrong email. Mishandle. To deal with badly or carelessly. Example, she mishandled the delicate situation. Mismanage. To manage badly or incompetently. Example, he mismanaged the project from the start. Slip up. To make a minor error. Example, she slipped up on one key detail. Bungle. To carry out clumsily. Example, he bungled the repair job completely. Flub. To make a mess of something. Example, she flubbed her lines during rehearsal. Goof. To make a foolish mistake. Example, he goofed by forgetting the client's name. March to damage or spoil partially. Example, a scratch marred the new car's finish. Botch. To carry out very badly. Example, he botched the repair and made it worse. Contort. To twist into an unnatural shape. Example, she contorted her face in disgust. Writhe. To twist in pain or discomfort. Example, he writhed on the ground after the tackle. Gyrate. To move in circles or spirals. Example, she gyrated to the pounding music. Jiggle. To move with small rapid shakes. Example, he jiggled the key until the lock opened. Waggle. To move from side to side repeatedly. Example, the dog waggled its tail at every stranger. Wiggle. To move with small twisting motions. Example, she wiggled her toes in the warm sand. Worm. To move slowly by wriggling. Example, he wormed his way through the tight gap. Wriggle. To twist and squirm in movement. Example, the child wriggled out of his arms. Fidget. To move restlessly from nerves. Example, she fidgeted in her seat during the speech. Squirm. To twist nervously or in discomfort. Example, he squirmed under the intense questioning. Flail. To wave the arms or legs wildly. Example, she flailed in the water before being rescued. Thrash. To move violently in all directions. Example, he thrashed about in the tangled sheets. Jerk. To move with a sudden sharp motion. Example, he jerked his hand away from the flame. Twitch. To make a small sudden movement. Example, her eyelid twitched with fatigue. Whisk. To move or take somewhere very quickly. Example, she whisked the children out of the room. Flit. To move quickly and lightly. Example, butterflies flitted among the flowers. Flutter. To move with light irregular motion. Example, flags fluttered in the afternoon breeze. Frolic. To play or move about cheerfully. Example, puppies frolicked in the autumn leaves. Prance. To walk with high springing steps. Example, he pranced across the stage in character. Romp. To play or move in a lively way. Example, the children romped through the garden. Skate. To glide smoothly on a surface. Example, she skated across the ice effortlessly. Waft. To move gently through air. Example, a warm breeze wafted through the window. Elbow. To push with the elbows. Example, he elbowed through the crowd. Nudge. To push gently to get attention. Example, she nudged him when it was his turn. Prod. To poke or urge forward. Example, she prodded him to finish his homework. Bulldoze. To push through with great force. Example, she bulldozed her way past the objections. Butt. To push with the head or horns. Example, the goat butted him in the stomach. Jostle. To push roughly in a crowd. Example, fans jostled at the stadium entrance. Muscle. To force through with strength. Example, he muscled the heavy door open. Propel. To drive or push forward. Example, jet engines propel the aircraft. Shove. To push roughly. Example, someone shoved her from behind. Thrust. To push with force in one direction. Example, she thrust the letter into his hands. Insert. To put something into a space. Example, he inserted the key into the lock. Situate. To place in a specific location. Example, the house is situated on a hillside. Plop. To drop with a soft sound. Example, she plopped into the armchair. Assuage. To lessen pain or anxiety. Example, he assuaged her fears with kind words. Diffuse. To spread out or calm a tense situation. Example, she diffused the argument quickly. Mollify. To appease or soften someone's anger. Example, he mollified the customer with a refund. Muzzle. To silence or prevent from speaking. Example, the press was muzzled by the government. Pacify. To calm someone who is angry or upset. Example, she pacified the crying child. Quell. To suppress or put an end to. Example, police quelled the riot quickly. Subdue. To overcome and bring under control. Example, officers subdued the suspect. Tranquilize. To calm with a drug or soothing action. Example, the vet tranquilized the panicked animal. Wane. To decrease gradually in strength. Example, support for the policy began to wane. Elongate. To make or become longer, to extend. Example, yoga elongates the muscles over time. Lengthen. To make or become longer. Example, she lengthened the hem by 2 inches. Protract. To prolong or extend in time. Example, the lawsuit was protracted over years. Span. To extend across a distance or time. Example, the bridge spans 400 meters. Dart. To move suddenly and quickly. Example, a fish darted under the rock. Gallop. To run at full speed. Example, the horse galloped across the open field. Sprint. To run at top speed for a short distance. Example, he sprinted to catch the bus. Hasten. To move or act with urgency. Example, she hastened to finish before dark. Hustle. To move quickly with purpose. Example, she hustled the kids out the door. Jog. To run at a slow, steady pace. Example, he jogs 3 miles every morning. Flee. To run away from danger. Example, they fled the burning building. Zigzag. To move in alternate directions sharply. Example, the rabbit zigzagged across the field. Scatter. To run in different directions suddenly. Example, the flock scattered at the gunshot. Stampede. To run in a panic as a group. Example, the cattle stampeded through the fence. Bubble. To produce bubbles or flow gently. Example, the brook bubbled over smooth stones. Dribble. To flow in a thin, slow stream. Example, water dribbled from the broken faucet. Drip. To fall in drops. Example, rain dripped from the eaves all night. Drizzle. To fall is very fine rain. Example, it drizzled all morning without stopping. Drool. To let saliva flow from the mouth. Example, the dog drooled by the kitchen table. Ooze. To flow slowly through small openings. Example, mud oozed between his toes. Puddle. To form small shallow pools. Example, rainwater puddled on the uneven pavement. Seep. To flow slowly through material. Example, water seeped through the cracked wall. Slop. To spill or splash messily. Example, he slopped soup on his shirt. Sprinkle. To scatter in small drops or pieces. Example, she sprinkled cinnamon over the oatmeal. Trickle. To flow in a thin, slow stream. Example, a trickle of blood ran from the cut. Slobber. To drool or flow messily. Example, the dog slobbered on the clean floor. Slosh. To move liquid with splashing sounds. Example, he sloshed through the flooded street. Splash. To scatter liquid noisily. Example, children splashed in the swimming pool. Spout. To flow or gush forcefully. Example, water spouted from the cracked pipe. Squirt. To shoot liquid in a thin stream. Example, the lemon squirted juice in his eye. Stream. To flow continuously in a current. Example, sunlight streamed through the window. Swamp. To flood or overwhelm with liquid. Example, waves swamped the small boat. Gush. To flow out suddenly and abundantly. Example, water gushed from the broken main. Surge. To move powerfully forward. Example, water surged through the dam breach. Scrape. To drag across a surface roughly. Example, he scraped ice off the windshield. Scuff. To graze lightly, damaging a surface. Example, she scuffed her shoes on the gravel. Scar. To leave a lasting mark or wound. Example, the accident scarred his arm. Claw. To scratch with nails or claws. Example, the cat clawed at the sofa. Palpitate. To beat rapidly and irregularly. Example, her heart palpitated with anxiety. Pulsate. To expand and contract rhythmically. Example, the wound pulsated with pain. Quake. To shake with fear or from tremors. Example, she quaked before the audience. Quiver. To tremble slightly. Example, his voice quivered as he began to speak. Shiver. To shake from cold or fear. Example, she shivered in the icy wind. Shudder. To shake suddenly in disgust or fear. Example, he shuddered at the horrible memory. Tremble. To shake slightly from emotion or cold. Example, his hands trembled as he opened the letter. Tremor. To shake or vibrate involuntarily. Example, his voice tremored with fear. Vibrate. To move back and forth rapidly. Example, the phone vibrated on the table. Oscillate. To swing back and forth steadily. Example, the pendulum oscillated with precision. Rock. To move back and forth gently. Example, she rocked the baby to sleep. Seesaw. To alternate back and forth. Example, his mood seesawed between joy and despair. Waver. To sway unsteadily or be uncertain. Example, her confidence wavered under pressure. Wobble. To move unsteadily from side to side. Example, the table wobbled on the uneven floor. Convulse. To shake violently and uncontrollably. Example, he convulsed on the floor. Jounce. To bounce and jolt roughly. Example, the wagon jounced over the rough road. Flare. To burn or shine suddenly and briefly. Example, the match flared in the darkness. Flash. To shine with a sudden bright light. Example, lightning flashed across the sky. Flicker. To shine unsteadily going on and off. Example, the candle flickered in the draft. Glint. To reflect a small flash of light. Example, her ring glinted in the sunlight. Glisten. To shine with reflected moisture. Example, the wet grass glistened after the rain. Glitter. To sparkle with many tiny flashes. Example, stars glittered in the clear night sky. Shimmer. To shine with a soft wavering light. Example, heat made the road shimmer in the distance. Spark. To emit a small flash of light. Example, wires sparked when they touched. Sparkle. To shine with many bright flashes. Example, diamonds sparkled under the lights. Strobe. To flash at rapid regular intervals. Example, lights strobed on the dance floor. Twinkle. To shine with flickering light. Example, stars twinkled in the clear night. Blaze. To burn or shine very brightly. Example, the fire blazed all through the night. Flame. To burn with a bright flame. Example, the torch flamed in the darkness. Gleam. To shine with a soft steady light. Example, his shoes gleamed with a fresh polish. Glow. To shine with a warm steady light. Example, coals glowed red in the fireplace. Plop down. To sit down heavily and suddenly. Example, he plopped down on the couch after work. Perch. To sit on a high or narrow place. Example, she perched on the edge of the desk. Roost. To settle in for the night. Example, birds roost in the old oak tree. Lounge. To sit or lie in a relaxed way. Example, he lounged on the sofa all afternoon. Recline. To lean back in a relaxed position. Example, she reclined in the deck chair. Sprawl. To sit or lie with limbs spread out. Example, he sprawled across the couch after lunch. Squat. To crouch down with knees bent. Example, she squatted to look under the bed. Straddle. To sit with legs on either side. Example, he straddled the fence between the fields. Beseech. To beg earnestly and urgently. Example, she beseeched him to change his mind. Advertise. To make something publicly known. Example, they advertised the event across social media. Enunciate. To speak clearly and distinctly. Example, she enunciated every word for the audience. Gloat. To boast over someone else's misfortune. Example, he gloated over his rival's failure. Herald. To announce or signal an arrival. Example, dark clouds heralded the coming storm. Lecture. To speak at length to instruct. Example, he lectured students on the French Revolution. Preach. To give a moral or religious speech. Example, he preached about forgiveness every Sunday. Proclaim. To announce officially and publicly. Example, the mayor proclaimed the city's new policy. Cajole. To persuade gently or with flattery. Example, she cajoled him into finishing his plate. Coax. To persuade gently and patiently. Example, she coaxed the cat out from under the bed. Coerce. To force someone by threats. Example, he was coerced into signing the contract. Egg on. To urge or encourage recklessly. Example, his friends egged him on to jump. Goad. To provoke or urge into action. Example, she goaded him until he lost his temper. Grouse. To grumble or complain. Example, he groused about the weather all morning. Nag. To constantly urge or complain. Example, she nagged him to finish the project. Spur. To urge or encourage into action. Example, his praise spurred her to work harder. Wheedle. To persuade by flattery or coaxing. Example, she wheedled a raise from her boss. Falter. To hesitate or stumble in speech. Example, his voice faltered when he mentioned her name. Garble. To distort speech or sound. Example, nerves made him garble his introduction. Hem. To pause and hesitate in speech. Example, he hemmed and hawed before answering. Mumble. To speak unclearly and quietly. Example, she mumbled her apology into her sleeve. Mutter. To speak quietly and indistinctly. Example, he muttered complaints under his breath. Slur. To speak unclearly, blending sounds. Example, fatigue caused her to slur her words. Spit out. To say something with effort or reluctance. Example, he finally spat out an apology. Splutter. To speak with sudden spitting sounds. Example, she spluttered in outrage at the insult. Sputter. To make explosive sounds while speaking. Example, he sputtered excuses as they stared. Stammer. To speak with repeated sounds from nerves. Example, he stammered through his first job interview. Stutter. To speak with involuntary repetition. Example, she stuttered when she was anxious. Articulate. To express clearly in words. Example, she articulated her concerns with precision. Utter. To speak or make a sound. Example, he uttered not a single word in protest. Whisper. To speak very softly. Example, she whispered a secret in his ear. Admonish. To firmly warn or rebuke. Example, she admonished him for being late again. Badger. To pester with repeated requests. Example, he badgered her until she agreed. Bark. To say something sharply and loudly. Example, the sergeant barked orders at the squad. Berate. To scold angrily and at length. Example, she berated the staff for the mistake. Chasten. To correct by discipline or criticism. Example, failure chastened him into a humbler attitude. Chastise. To reprimand or criticize severely. Example, the coach chastised players for poor effort. Growl. To speak with a low threatening tone. Example, he growled a warning across the table. Heckle. To shout rude interruptions. Example, the audience heckled the comedian. Henpeck. To nag or dominate persistently. Example, she henpecked him about every small habit. Hiss. To speak with sharp hostility. Example, she hissed at him to keep quiet. Rant. To speak in a long angry wild way. Example, he ranted about the policy for an hour. Rebuke. To express sharp disapproval. Example, the judge rebuked the lawyer for misconduct. Reproach. To criticize with disappointment. Example, she reproached him for breaking his promise. Reprove. To rebuke gently but firmly. Example, the teacher reproved him without embarrassing him. Revile. To criticize in abusive language. Example, the crowd reviled the referee's decision. Scold. To rebuke angrily. Example, she scolded the dog for chewing the chair. Upbraid. To find fault with and scold. Example, he upbraided the team for the costly error. Babble. To talk rapidly and unclearly. Example, she babbled nervously before the interview. Chatter. To talk quickly about unimportant things. Example, they chattered all through the film. Gab. To talk casually for a long time. Example, she gabbed with her sister for hours. Gossip. To talk about others' private matters. Example, they gossiped about the new neighbors. Jabber. To talk quickly and incoherently. Example, he jabbered on without making any sense. Prattle. To talk at length on trivial matters. Example, the child prattled about his day. Yak. To talk persistently about nothing important. Example, they yacked through the entire lunch. Croon. To sing in a soft sentimental voice. Example, he crooned old love songs by the fire. Yodel. To sing with rapid high-low pitch changes. Example, he yodeled from the mountain peak. Beckon. To signal to someone to come. Example, she beckoned him over with a nod. Summon. To call to come often authoritatively. Example, the manager summoned her to the office. Compress. To press or squeeze into less space. Example, he compressed the data to save space. Constrict. To make narrower by squeezing. Example, cold water constricts blood vessels. Knead. To press and fold repeatedly. Example, she kneaded the dough for 10 minutes. Wring. To squeeze and twist to extract liquid. Example, she wrung out the wet towel. Squash. To press flat or crush. Example, she squashed the spider under her shoe. Perforate. To make a hole or holes through. Example, the needle perforated the leather. Poke through. To push something through an opening. Example, he poked the wire through the hole. Prick. To make a small hole with a sharp point. Example, the nurse pricked his finger for blood. Jab. To poke sharply and quickly. Example, she jabbed the needle in quickly. Knife. To stab with a knife. Example, he was knifed during the robbery. Pierce. To go through with a sharp object. Example, the arrow pierced the target cleanly. Puncture. To make a hole in by pricking. Example, a nail punctured the tire. Gore. To pierce with horns or tusks. Example, the bull gored the matador. Impale. To pierce through with a sharp stake. Example, he impaled the marshmallow on a stick. Lance. To pierce with a lance or needle. Example, the doctor lanced the infected blister. Spear. To pierce with a spear or sharp object. Example, he speared the fish in the shallow stream. Blend. To mix smoothly together. Example, she blended the ingredients into a smooth batter. Churn. To stir vigorously. Example, the storm churned the sea into a froth. Beat. To stir rapidly or strike repeatedly. Example, she beat the eggs until they were frothy. Hinder. To create difficulties for progress. Example, rain hindered the rescue efforts. Postpone. To move to a later time. Example, they postponed the meeting until Thursday. Restrain. To hold back from action. Example, she restrained herself from saying too much. Squelch. To suppress firmly. Example, he squelched the rumor before it spread. Stall. To delay or stop progress. Example, she stalled for time while he escaped. Stymie. To block or prevent from proceeding. Example, bad weather stymied the rescue operation. Suppress. To prevent from being expressed. Example, she suppressed her anger during the meeting. Foil. To prevent someone's plans from succeeding. Example, police foiled the robbery attempt. Quash. To suppress or put an end to firmly. Example, he quashed the rebellion quickly. Terminate. To bring to an end. Example, they terminated the contract early. Thwart. To prevent someone from succeeding. Example, the guard thwarted the escape attempt. Halt. To stop abruptly. Example, the officer halted traffic at the junction. Bridle. To restrain or control. Example, he bridled his anger in front of the boss. Curb. To control or limit. Example, she curbed her spending after the debt. Impede. To delay or obstruct progress. Example, heavy snow impeded the rescue teams. Obstruct. To block or make difficult. Example, fallen trees obstructed the road. Beef up. To strengthen or increase in size. Example, they beefed up security after the threat. Brace. To strengthen or prepare against impact. Example, she braced herself for the bad news. Buttress. To support or reinforce. Example, more research would buttress their theory. Fortify. To strengthen against attack or failure. Example, he fortified himself with coffee and resolve. Intensify. To make stronger or more extreme. Example, rain intensified as the night went on. Steel. To mentally prepare for something hard. Example, she steeled herself before the confrontation. Startle. To surprise suddenly causing a jump. Example, the loud noise startled her. Stun. To shock into temporary immobility. Example, the news stunned everyone in the room. Amaze. To fill with wonder and surprise. Example, the magician's trick amazed the children. Daze. To stun or confuse. Example, the impact dazed him for a moment. Astonish. To surprise greatly. Example, her talent astonished every judge. Astound. To shock with amazement. Example, the discovery astounded the scientific world. Dumbfound. To leave speechless with surprise. Example, the result completely dumbfounded the experts. Flabbergast. To greatly shock or astonish. Example, the bill flabbergasted every customer. Numb. To deprive of feeling or sensation. Example, cold numbed his fingers within minutes. Paralyze. To make unable to move or act. Example, fear paralyzed him at the top of the stairs. Stupefy. To make dazed and unable to think. Example, the heat stupefied everyone by afternoon. Balloon. To swell rapidly in size. Example, costs ballooned out of control. Billow. To swell out in large soft folds. Example, smoke billowed from the chimney. Blossom. To develop or expand fully. Example, her talent blossomed with encouragement. Bulge. To swell outward from pressure. Example, the bag bulged with too many books. Burgeon. To grow and expand rapidly. Example, the startup began to burgeon quickly. Flower. To develop and flourish fully. Example, her confidence flowered in the new role. Inflate. To fill with air or increase artificially. Example, he inflated the tires before the trip. Mushroom. To expand or grow very rapidly. Example, the city mushroomed in just a decade. Protrude. To stick out from a surface. Example, a nail protruded from the old board. Nab. To catch someone doing wrong. Example, police nabbed the thief at the border. Pluck. To pull with a quick motion. Example, she plucked the ticket from his hand. Snag. To catch unexpectedly. Example, he snagged the last slice of pizza. Snap up. To take quickly before others can. Example, shoppers snapped up the discounted items. Snatch. To grab quickly and forcefully. Example, she snatched her bag from the thief. Yank. To pull with a sharp jerk. Example, he yanked the door open in frustration. Acquire. To gain or come to possess. Example, she acquired a taste for jazz. Amass. To gather a large amount over time. Example, he amassed a fortune by 40. Clasp. To grasp and hold tightly. Example, she clasped his hand during the ceremony. Clutch. To grasp tightly in the hand. Example, he clutched the railing as he climbed. Glean. To gather information bit by bit. Example, she gleaned useful tips from the book. Grasp. To seize firmly with the hand. Example, she grasped the opportunity without hesitation. Harvest. To gather crops or resources. Example, they harvested the wheat in August. Hoard. To store secretly in large amounts. Example, she hoarded supplies in case of emergency. Reap. To harvest or gain as a result. Example, she reaped the rewards of years of hard work. Seize. To take hold of suddenly and forcibly. Example, police seized the contraband at the border. Squirrel away. To save and hide for future use. Example, she squirreled away money for years. Stow. To pack and store neatly. Example, He stowed his bag in the overhead bin. Pilfer. To steal in small amounts. Example, someone pilfered snacks from the break room. Conceive. To form an idea in the mind. Example, she conceived of a bold new plan. Concentrate. To focus mental effort on one thing. Example, he concentrated hard during the exam. Contemplate. To think deeply and at length. Example, he contemplated his next move for hours. Deliberate. To think and consider carefully. Example, the jury deliberated for 2 days. Meditate. To focus the mind for calm or insight. Example, she meditated for 20 minutes each morning. Ponder. To think about carefully and at length. Example, he pondered the question for a long time. Envision. To imagine something clearly in the mind. Example, she envisioned a bright future ahead. Fantasize. To imagine pleasant but unlikely things. Example, he fantasized about winning the lottery. Picture. To visualize something in the mind. Example, he pictured himself crossing the finish line. Visualize. To form a clear mental image. Example, she visualized success before the race. Analyze. To examine in detail to understand. Example, scientists analyzed the data carefully. Compute. To calculate using math or a computer. Example, the system computed the result instantly. Deduce. To reach a conclusion by reasoning. Example, he deduced the answer from the clues. Gauge. To estimate or measure roughly. Example, she gauged his mood before speaking. Infer. To draw a conclusion from evidence. Example, she inferred he was lying from his eyes. Presume. To suppose something is true. Example, he presumed innocence until proven otherwise. Reckon. To calculate or conclude informally. Example, he reckoned it would take an hour. Speculate. To form a theory without full evidence. Example, experts speculated about the cause. Suppose. To assume something for the sake of argument. Example, suppose she was right all along. Surmise. To suppose without full evidence. Example, he surmised the meeting had gone badly. Theorize. To form a theory or explanation. Example, scientists theorized a new mechanism. Fixate. To be obsessively focused on something. Example, he fixated on the same problem all day. Obsess. To think about something constantly. Example, she obsessed over every tiny detail. Flick. To throw or move with a quick snap. Example, she flicked the light switch. Sling. To throw with a swinging motion. Example, she slung her bag over her shoulder. Fling. To throw with force or abandon. Example, he flung the phone across the room. Hurl. To throw with great force. Example, she hurled the ball over the fence. Banish. To send away as punishment. Example, the king banished the traitor from court. Discard. To throw away as useless. Example, she discarded all her old notes. Ditch. To get rid of something unwanted. Example, he ditched the old plan for a better one. Dump. To put down carelessly or abandon. Example, she dumped her bag on the kitchen table. Eject. To throw out by force. Example, the bouncer ejected him from the club. Expel. To force someone to leave officially. Example, he was expelled from school. Jettison. To throw overboard or discard. Example, she jettisoned the unnecessary rules. Trash. To throw away or criticize harshly. Example, she trashed the rough draft and started over. Interlace. To weave or cross together. Example, she interlaced her fingers nervously. Lace. To thread through holes or loops. Example, he laced his boots before the hike. Strap. To fasten with a strap. Example, she strapped the bag to the roof rack. Cinch. To fasten tightly around. Example, she cinched the belt around her waist. Knot. To tie into a knot. Example, he knotted the rope to secure the boat. Sew. To join with needle and thread. Example, she sewed the button back on. Stitch. To join by making stitches. Example, the nurse stitched the wound closed. Suture. To sew a wound with medical thread. Example, the surgeon sutured the incision carefully. Tether. To tie to a fixed point. Example, she tethered the horse to the post. Truss. To tie up tightly. Example, he trussed the chicken before roasting it. Incline. To lean or tilt in a direction. Example, she inclined her head to listen. Slant. To slope at an angle. Example, the roof slants steeply to shed rain. Tip. To lean at an angle or topple. Example, the box tipped and spilled its contents. Capsize. To overturn in water. Example, the canoe capsized in the rapids. Append. To turn upside down. Example, she appended the box to find the key. Graze. To touch lightly in passing. Example, the bullet grazed his shoulder. Kiss. To touch very lightly. Example, sunlight kissed the tops of the buildings. Trail. To drag or touch lightly behind. Example, her fingers trailed along the wall. Fondle. To touch tenderly and lovingly. Example, she fondled the old locket. Grope. To feel around blindly or clumsily. Example, he groped for the light switch in the dark. Paw. To touch or handle clumsily. Example, the child pawed at the display case. Poke. To push with a finger or stick. Example, he poked the fire to revive it. Probe. To explore with a tool or finger. Example, the doctor probed the wound gently. Massage. To rub and press muscles for relief. Example, he massaged her tired shoulders. Palm. To conceal in the palm or touch. Example, the magician palmed the coin easily. Rub. To move back and forth over a surface. Example, she rubbed her eyes when she woke up. Tap. To touch lightly and briefly. Example, he tapped her on the shoulder. Caress. To touch lovingly and tenderly. Example, she caressed the baby's cheek. Pet. To stroke an animal affectionately. Example, she loves to pet the neighbor's cat. Fiddle with. To touch repeatedly out of nervousness. Example, he fiddled with his pen during the speech. Hinge. To turn or depend on a central point. Example, the door hinged on a single rusted bolt. Pivot. To rotate on a central point. Example, she pivoted on her heel and walked away. Screw. To rotate, to tighten or loosen. Example, he screwed the lid tightly on the jar. Shift. To move slightly in position or direction. Example, she shifted in her seat uncomfortably. Swivel. To turn around a central axis. Example, he swiveled the chair to face her. Swerve. To turn sharply to avoid something. Example, the driver swerved to miss the dog. Twirl. To spin around lightly and quickly. Example, she twirled her pen between her fingers. Veer. To change direction suddenly. Example, the car veered off the road in the rain. Crank. To turn with a handle or lever. Example, he cranked the old engine to life. Corkscrew. To move in a twisting spiral. Example, the plane corkscrewed through the clouds. Revolve. To rotate around a fixed point. Example, the earth revolves around the sun. Rotate. To turn around its own axis. Example, the satellite rotates every 90 minutes. Scamper. To run quickly with light steps. Example, the mouse scampered behind the fridge. Scramble. To move quickly in a disordered way. Example, children scrambled for the candy. Scurry. To move quickly with short steps. Example, she scurried to the meeting. Scutter. To scurry with hurried steps. Example, crabs scuttered across the beach. Trot. To run at a moderate pace. Example, he trotted down the stairs. Dawdle. To move slowly and waste time. Example, stop dawdling and get ready now. Lumber. To move heavily and clumsily. Example, the bear lumbered into the clearing. Plod. To walk heavily and steadily. Example, he plodded home through the rain. Shuffle. To walk without lifting the feet. Example, he shuffled sleepily to the kitchen. Slog. To walk with difficulty through mud. Example, they slogged through the swamp for hours. Traipse. To walk wearily over a long distance. Example, she traipsed all over town looking for it. Trudge. To walk slowly with great effort. Example, he trudged uphill through the deep snow. Pad. To walk quietly with soft steps. Example, she padded across the room in bare feet. Stomp. To walk heavily to make noise. Example, he stomped out of the room. Trample. To walk on and crush underfoot. Example, the crowd trampled the garden. Amble. To walk at a slow, easy pace. Example, they ambled along the riverbank. Drift. To move slowly without direction. Example, he drifted through the market without purpose. Meander. To wander without a clear direction. Example, they meandered through the old town. Mosey. To walk in a leisurely way. Example, she moseyed over to see what was happening. Ramble. To walk in a random leisurely way. Example, they rambled through the countryside all day. Roam. To travel without a fixed plan. Example, he roamed the city at night. Stray. To move away from the group or path. Example, the cat strayed 2 blocks from home. Wander. To move around without direction. Example, she wandered through the museum for hours. Parade. To walk in a procession or show off. Example, she paraded her trophy around the office. Sachet. To walk confidently with a swinging gait. Example, she sashayed onto the dance floor. Saunter. To walk slowly with confidence. Example, he sauntered into the meeting 10 minutes late. Stride. To walk with long confident steps. Example, she strode across the stage. Strut. To walk proudly with chest out. Example, he strutted after winning the award. Swagger. To walk with arrogant confidence. Example, he swaggered into the bar. Rove. To travel widely without purpose. Example, wolves roved the forest at night. Stroll. To walk in a relaxed, leisurely way. Example, they strolled along the harbor at sunset. Careen. To move fast and out of control. Example, the car careened around the bend. Lurch. To move suddenly and unsteadily. Example, the bus lurched to a stop. Reel. To stagger as if dizzy. Example, he reeled backward from the punch. Stagger. To walk unsteadily. Example, she staggered home after the long night. Stumble. To trip or walk unsteadily. Example, he stumbled on the dark stairs. Sway. To lean or swing from side to side. Example, she swayed to the music. Teeter. To balance unsteadily. Example, the stack of books teetered dangerously. Toddle. To walk with short unsteady steps. Example, the baby toddled across the room. Trip. To catch a foot and stumble. Example, she tripped on the loose rug. Waddle. To walk with a swaying side motion. Example, the duck waddled across the path. Weave. To move in an unsteady zigzag path. Example, he weaved through the crowd. Lurk. To wait in hiding with intent. Example, a figure lurked in the shadows. Prowl. To move stealthily in search of prey. Example, cats prowl at night. Shadow. To follow closely and secretly. Example, he shadowed the suspect all day. Skulk. To move stealthily to avoid notice. Example, he skulked around the back of the building. Slink. To move quietly to avoid detection. Example, the thief slunk away in the dark. Slither. To slide or glide smoothly. Example, the snake slithered through the grass. Sneak. To move quietly so as not to be caught. Example, she sneaked out after curfew. Tiptoe. To walk very quietly on the toes. Example, he tiptoed past the sleeping baby. Sidle. To walk sideways nervously. Example, she sidled up to him at the bar. Wade. To walk through water or mud. Example, they waded across the shallow river. Fancy. To want or like mildly. Example, he fancied a cup of tea. Hunger. To have a strong desire for something. Example, she hungered for recognition in a field that had long ignored her contributions. Thirst. To crave something strongly. Example, he thirsted for adventure and left his desk job to travel across 3 continents. Covet. To desire something belonging to another. Example, she coveted her neighbor's garden. Crave. To feel a powerful desire for. Example, he craved sugar after every meal. Lust. To have an intense obsessive desire. Example, he lusted after power his whole career. Abate. To decrease in strength or intensity. Example, the storm slowly abated by morning. Decrease. To become smaller or fewer. Example, sales decreased after the bad review. Diminish. To become smaller or less important. Example, her confidence diminished over time. Ebb. To gradually decrease. Example, enthusiasm began to ebb after the loss. Fade. To lose strength or color gradually. Example, the sound faded into the distance. Recede. To go back and become more distant. Example, the floodwaters slowly receded, leaving behind a trail of damage across the valley. Stifle. To suppress or hold back. Example, she stifled a yawn during the speech. Drudge. To do hard, tedious work. Example, he drudged through paperwork all morning. Labor. To work hard over a period of time. Example, she labored for years on her novel. Strive. To make great efforts to achieve. Example, he strives to improve every day. Toil. To work long and hard. Example, workers toiled in the summer heat. Disquiet. To make anxious or uneasy. Example, the news disquieted the whole village. Unnerve. To cause loss of confidence or calm. Example, his absolute silence during the confrontation unnerved her far more than any shouting would have. Brood. To think moodily and at length. Example, he brooded over the rejection for days. Fret. To worry about small things. Example, she fretted about every detail. Overburden. To load with too much work or worry. Example, she was overburdened with tasks. Stew. To worry or fuss excessively. Example, he stewed over the comment all day. Agitate. To make anxious and disturbed. Example, the noise agitated the baby. Agonize. To suffer intensely over a decision. Example, she agonized over leaving her job. Crease. To make a fold or wrinkle in. Example, he creased his trousers by sitting wrong. Crimp. To press into small folds. Example, she crimped the pastry edges. Pucker. To gather into wrinkles. Example, the fabric puckered after washing. Crinkle. To form many small wrinkles. Example, the paper crinkled when she grabbed it. Crumple. To crush into an irregular mass. Example, he crumpled the letter and threw it away. Jot. To write quickly and briefly. Example, he jotted down her number. Scratch. To write hastily and roughly. Example, she scratched a note on a napkin. Scrawl. To write in a careless, messy way. Example, he scrawled his name across the bottom. Scribble. To write hastily and carelessly. Example, she scribbled a reminder on her hand. Compose. To create a written work carefully. Example, she composed a long letter to the editor. Inscribe. To write or carve formally. Example, she inscribed his name in the book. Pen. To write formally or carefully. Example, he penned a heartfelt reply. Boom. To make a deep resonant sound. Example, thunder boomed across the valley. Thunder. To make a deep loud noise. Example, the coach thundered orders at the team. Trumpet. To proclaim loudly. Example, he trumpeted his success to everyone. Caterwaul. To make a shrill wailing cry. Example, the cats caterwauled outside all night. Screech. To make a piercing high cry. Example, tire screeched on the wet road. Shriek. To give a high sharp cry. Example, she shrieked when she saw the spider. Squawk. To make a loud harsh cry. Example, the parrot squawked at every visitor. Yowl. To make a long loud cry of pain. Example, the cat yowled all night. Yelp. To give a short sharp cry. Example, the dog yelped when she stepped on his paw. Yip. To give a small sharp bark. Example, the small dog yipped at the stranger. Blanch. To turn white from shock or cold. Example, he blanched when he heard the diagnosis. Buff. To polish to a shine. Example, he buffed the car until it gleamed. Cluster. To gather in a close group. Example, reporters clustered around the entrance. Congregate. To gather in a crowd. Example, students congregated outside the exam hall. Dally. To waste time or flirt idly. Example, stop dallying and get to work. Dazzle. To impress overwhelmingly. Example, her performance dazzled the audience. Drench. To make completely wet. Example, rain drenched them before they found shelter. Electrify. To excite greatly. Example, her speech electrified the entire crowd. Elicit. To draw out a response. Example, his question elicited a surprising answer. Evoke. To bring a memory or feeling to mind. Example, the smell evoked childhood memories. Extract. To draw out with effort. Example, she extracted a promise from him. Fester. To become worse through neglect. Example, the unresolved grievance festered for years until it finally exploded at the worst possible moment. Fizzle. To fail gradually or weakly. Example, the plan fizzled out within a month. Flap. To wave loosely or be agitated. Example, the flag flapped in the wind. Flaunt. To display ostentatiously. Example, she flaunted her new car at every opportunity. Flock. To gather in large numbers. Example, tourists flocked to the festival. Flounder. To struggle helplessly. Example, he floundered in his first year of college. Froth. To produce foam or be very angry. Example, he frothed at the mouth with rage. Gag. To choke or almost vomit. Example, the smell made her gag. Gargle. To rinse the throat with liquid. Example, she gargled with salt water. Grate. To irritate or shred on a grater. Example, his voice grated on her nerves. Grouch. To complain in a grumpy way. Example, he grouched about everything at breakfast. Gurgle. To make a bubbling liquid sound. Example, water gurgled down the drain. Ignite. To set on fire or excite strongly. Example, his speech ignited the crowd. Jolt. To give a sudden shock or shake. Example, the car jolted over the potholes. Jut. To stick out sharply. Example, a rock jutted from the cliff face. Muster. To gather or summon courage or troops. Example, she mustered the strength to go on. Nuzzle. To rub or push gently with the nose. Example, the horse nuzzled her hand. Pave. To cover a surface or prepare the way. Example, her work paved the way for others. Percolate. To filter through slowly or spread gradually. Example, new ideas percolated through the team. Punt. To kick or delay a decision. Example, management punted the hard question. Radiate. To send out energy or qualities in all directions. Example, she radiated confidence in the interview. Razz. To tease or mock playfully. Example, friends razzied him about his new haircut. Reek. To smell very strongly and unpleasantly. Example, the room reeked of cigarette smoke. Ricochet. To bounce off a surface. Example, the bullet ricocheted off the wall. Roast. To cook in dry heat or mock harshly. Example, friends roasted him at his retirement party. Salivate. To produce saliva or desire eagerly. Example, he salivated at the menu. Saturate. To soak completely through. Example, rain saturated the ground. Scrimp. To be very careful with spending. Example, she scrimped to afford the deposit. Simmer. To cook gently or feel suppressed anger. Example, resentment simmered under the surface. Slander. To make false-spoken statements to damage. Example, he was sued for slandering his neighbor. Smear. To spread on a surface or damage reputation. Example, she smeared butter on the toast. Snare. To trap or catch. Example, the police snared the suspect. Snuffle. To breathe noisily through the nose. Example, the puppy snuffled at every corner. Soak. To make thoroughly wet. Example, he soaked the beans overnight. Splay. To spread out wide apart. Example, she splayed her fingers on the table. Spurt. To shoot out suddenly in a jet. Example, blood spurted from the wound. Strum. To play by running fingers over strings. Example, she strummed the guitar on the porch. Swarm. To move in large excited numbers. Example, bees swarmed around the hive. Swelter. To be uncomfortably hot. Example, workers sweltered in the summer heat. Swindle. To cheat someone out of money. Example, he swindled investors out of thousands. Thrill. To cause intense excitement. Example, The finale thrilled the entire audience. Thrum. To hum or vibrate with a low steady sound. Example, the engine thrummed quietly beneath them. Tug. To pull with a short sharp jerk. Example, she tugged at his sleeve to get his attention. Validate. To confirm or support as correct. Example, the results validated her hypothesis. Vaporize. To convert into vapor or destroy completely. Example, the explosion vaporized the building. Wallow. To indulge in unpleasant feelings. Example, he wallowed in self-pity for weeks. Wrench. To twist or pull violently. Example, she wrenched the door open. Limp. To walk unevenly due to pain or injury. Example, he limped off the field, his knee swollen and stiff. Whirl. To spin or turn rapidly in a circle. Example, she whirled around to face the voice behind her. Stride. To walk with long, confident steps. Example, he strode into the courtroom without looking at anyone. Stalk. To pursue or follow stealthily, walk with stiff menace. Example, the hunter stalked his prey through the frozen woods. Slink. To move quietly and furtively, as if guilty or ashamed. Example, the dog slunk out of the room with its tail between its legs. Lope. To run with a long, easy bounding stride. Example, the wolf loped across the open field with effortless speed. Arouse. To stir up or awaken a feeling, instinct, or reaction. Example, the smell of smoke aroused a deep instinct to flee. Rouse. To stir someone or something from sleep or inaction. Example, the distant howl roused him from a dreamless sleep. Bristle. To stiffen with anger or indignation, stand on end. Example, she bristled at the suggestion that she had lied. Resent. To feel bitter or indignant about a wrong or slight. Example, he resented every order that came from the new manager. Ache. To feel a persistent dull pain, physically or emotionally. Example, her heart ached for the life she had left behind. Yearn. To have an intense longing for something. Example, he yearned for the freedom of the open wilderness. Daunt. To make someone feel intimidated or discouraged. Example, the sheer height of the mountain daunted even the veteran climbers. Appall. To fill someone with horror or disgust. Example, the condition of the prisoners appalled every soldier who entered. Famish. To suffer from extreme hunger, starve. Example, after 3 days without food, the survivors were completely famished. Wilt. To lose strength, confidence, or vitality. Example, he wilted under the judge's cold, unblinking stare. Belie. To give a false impression of, contradict. Example, her calm voice belied the fear she felt inside. Oppress. To keep someone down by cruel or unjust use of authority. Example, the regime oppressed its own citizens for decades. Defy. To openly resist or refuse to obey. Example, she defied her captors and refused to sign the confession. Compel. To force someone to do something. Example, fear compelled him to tell the truth he had hidden for years. Impel. To urge or drive someone forward with force. Example, desperation impelled her to make the dangerous crossing alone. Retaliate. To take action in return for an attack or injury. Example, he waited weeks before he retaliated against those who had betrayed him. Wreak. To cause or inflict something harmful or destructive. Example, the storm wreaked havoc on the coastal towns below. Rend. To tear something apart with great force. Example, the explosion rent the hull from bow to stern. Beset. To trouble or harass from all sides persistently. Example, they were beset by problems the moment they arrived. Perpetrate. To carry out or commit a harmful or illegal act. Example, it took years to prove who had perpetrated the fraud. Outrun. To run faster than or escape by running. Example, she outran her pursuers and vanished into the crowd. Snub. To rebuff or ignore someone in a deliberate and insulting way. Example, he snubbed her at the reception, turning away without a word. Frighten. To cause someone to feel sudden fear. Example, the shadow in the doorway frightened her more than any sound. Scorch. To burn the surface of something with intense heat. Example, the wildfire scorched everything within a mile of the ridge. Pervade. To spread through every part of something. Example, a smell of damp and rot pervaded every room of the old house. Devour. To eat hungrily and rapidly, destroy or consume completely. Example, he devoured the meal in minutes, barely stopping to breathe. Evince. To reveal or make evident a quality or feeling. Example, his trembling hands evinced a fear that his voice could not hide. Exclaim. To cry out suddenly in surprise, anger, or delight. Example, she exclaimed his name and ran across the platform. Clamor. To make loud and insistent demands, shout in a crowd. Example, the crowd clamored for answers outside the government building. Grunt. To make a low guttural sound of effort or displeasure. Example, he grunted and heaved the crate onto the dock. Shrill. To utter or produce a high, piercing cry or sound. Example, the alarm shrilled through the empty corridor at midnight. Murmur. To speak in a low, indistinct voice. Example, she murmured his name in her sleep and then went still. Proffer. To hold out or offer something for acceptance. Example, he proffered his hand, but she turned and walked away. Retort. To make a sharp or witty reply to a criticism. Example, she retorted with a single sentence that silenced the entire table. Feign. To pretend to feel or be affected by something. Example, he feigned indifference but his eyes gave everything away. Clench. To close or grip tightly, especially the fist or teeth. Example, he clenched his jaw and said nothing, which said everything. Wield. To hold and use a weapon or tool, exercise power or influence. Example, she wielded the knife with practiced, frightening precision. Straighten. To make or become upright, level, or neat. Example, she straightened her back and met his eyes without flinching. Wag. To move briskly from side to side. Example, the dog wagged its tail the moment it heard her footsteps. Droop. To hang or sink downward through weakness or heaviness. Example, his shoulders drooped as he read the letter a second time. Stiffen. To become rigid or tense, especially with emotion or pain. Example, he stiffened when the stranger entered the room behind him. Wrinkle. To make or develop folds or creases. Example, she wrinkled her nose at the smell coming from the cellar. Throb. To beat rapidly and forcefully, pulsate with pain. Example, his broken rib throbbed with every shallow breath he took. Loosen. To make less tight, firm, or fixed. Example, she loosened the knot and let the cloth fall to the floor. Yawn. To open the mouth wide from tiredness, gape open widely. Example, the chasm yawned below them, wide enough to swallow a building. Doze. To sleep lightly or briefly. Example, he had dozed off in the chair when the phone jolted him awake. Apprehend. To understand or grasp the meaning of something. Example, he struggled to apprehend the full scale of the disaster. Recollect. To recall something from memory with effort. Example, she recollected the smell of his jacket and felt the grief return. Culminate. To reach the highest point or final stage of something. Example, years of tension culminated in a single, devastating confrontation. Symbolize. To be a symbol of, stand for something else. Example, the broken watch symbolized everything he had lost that night. Dwindle. To gradually become smaller or fewer. Example, their supplies dwindled as the storm dragged into its third week. Reassure. To remove doubt or fear, restore confidence. Example, she reassured him with a calm voice even as she feared the worst. Soothe. To gently calm someone who is upset or in pain. Example, he soothed the frightened animal with slow movements and a soft voice. Placate. To make someone less angry by conceding or appeasing. Example, she tried to placate him with apologies, but he would not listen. Forsake. To abandon or give up someone or something important. Example, he forsook his family name to start over in a new city. Rejoin. To join again after a separation. Example, after months apart, she rejoined her team just in time for the final push. Avenge. To inflict harm in return for a wrong done to oneself or another. Example, he spent 10 years trying to avenge his brother's death. Linger. To stay longer than expected, be slow to leave or fade. Example, the smoke lingered in the hallway long after the fire was out. Domesticate. To adapt a wild animal to live with or serve humans. Example, early humans domesticated wolves over thousands of years into dogs. Thaw. To melt or become soft after freezing, become less cold or distant. Example, the ice thawed slowly, and the river began to move again. Perish. To die, especially in a sudden or untimely way. Example: 3 climbers perished on the descent when the storm hit. Replenish. To fill up again after being used or depleted. Example: they stopped at the river to replenish their water supply. Injure. To cause physical harm or damage to someone. Example: she injured her ankle on the second day and had to be carried. Forage. To search widely for food or provisions. Example: the soldiers were forced to forage for food in the abandoned farms. Awaken. To cause to become fully awake or aware. Example: the noise outside awakened something primal in the dog. Prowl. To move about stealthily as if in search of prey. Example: he prowled the corridors at night, listening at every door. Quicken. To become faster or more active, stimulate. Example: her pace quickened as the lights of the city came into view. Soften. To make or become less hard, harsh, or severe. Example: her expression softened when she saw how frightened he really was. Dignify. To give worth or distinction to, make worthy of respect. Example: he refused to dignify the accusation with an answer. Depress. To lower someone's spirits, make downhearted. Example: the endless rain depressed her more than she expected. Intoxicate. To fill with wild excitement or euphoria. Example: the crowd's roar intoxicated him long before the champagne did. Invigorate. To make someone feel stronger, more lively, or energetic. Example: the cold air invigorated her after hours in the stuffy courtroom. Unsettle. To disturb someone's composure or sense of certainty. Example: his calm smile unsettled her more than any outburst would have. Elate. To fill with great joy or pride. Example: the unexpected victory elated the entire town. Deject. To make dispirited or disheartened. Example: repeated failures dejected him until he nearly abandoned the project. Enchant. To fill with great delight, hold completely spellbound. Example: the performance enchanted the audience into stunned silence. Fascinate. To attract and hold someone's complete attention. Example: the old map fascinated her for hours. Languish. To grow weak or suffer from neglect, sorrow, or confinement. Example: he languished in prison for 3 years before anyone listened. Allay. To diminish or put to rest fear, suspicion, or worry. Example: nothing she said could allay his growing dread. Gladden. To cause to feel joy or happiness. Example: the letter gladdened her in a way she hadn't felt in years. Sadden. To make someone feel sorrow or unhappiness. Example: the empty chair at the table saddened everyone who noticed it. Exalt. To praise or elevate to a high position, fill with intense joy. Example: victory exalted him briefly before the weight of it set in. Begrudge. To resent the good fortune of another, give reluctantly. Example: she worked without complaint and begrudged no one their success. Satiate. To satisfy a desire or appetite fully, to excess. Example, the feast satiated them, yet left something else still empty. Bemuse. To puzzle or confuse someone, leave them lost in thought. Example, his sudden kindness bemused everyone who had feared him. Ruminate. To think slowly and deeply, dwell on a thought. Example, she ruminated on his words long after he had gone. Seethe. To feel or show intense suppressed anger. Example, he smiled at the meeting, but inside he seethed with rage. Darken. To make or become darker, fill with gloom or foreboding. Example, his expression darkened the moment her name was mentioned. Whet. To sharpen a desire, appetite, or curiosity. Example, the preview only whetted his appetite for the full story. Dismay. To cause to feel shock and distress. Example, the extent of the damage dismayed even the most seasoned engineers. Gratify. To give pleasure or satisfaction to. Example, it gratified her to see her students succeed on their own. Entreat. To ask someone earnestly and urgently. Example, she entreated him to stay, but he walked out without a word. Confide. To share private information with someone trusted. Example, he confided his fears to her alone, and she never told a soul. Disparage. To regard or represent as being of little worth. Example, he never disparaged his rivals in public, which made people trust him more. Deplore. To feel or express strong moral disapproval. Example, she deplored the cruelty but felt powerless to stop it. Malign. To speak harmful untruths about someone. Example, they maligned him for years before the truth finally came out. Laud. To praise someone or something highly. Example, critics lauded the novel as the finest of the decade. Belittle. To make someone or something seem less important. Example, he belittled her ideas in meetings until she stopped speaking up. Accost. To approach and address someone boldly or aggressively. Example, a stranger accosted him outside the station and demanded answers. Meddle. To interfere in someone else's affairs without being asked. Example, he meddled in the negotiation and nearly collapsed the deal. Vindicate. To clear someone of blame, prove to be right or justified. Example, the new evidence finally vindicated her after years of suspicion. Commiserate. To express sympathy or sorrow for someone's troubles. Example, friends gathered around to commiserate after the loss. Intercede. To intervene on behalf of another, plead for someone. Example, he interceded before the sentence could be carried out. Condescend. To behave in a patronizing way, lower oneself to another's level. Example, she condescended to answer his question with a barely concealed sigh. Chide. To scold or rebuke someone mildly. Example, she chided him gently for arriving late again. Deride. To mock or ridicule contemptuously. Example, the press derided the proposal before it was even fully explained. Acquaint. To make someone familiar with a person or thing. Example, he acquainted himself with every face in the room before speaking. Entrust. To give someone responsibility for something important. Example, she entrusted him with the letter and made him swear to deliver it. Consign. To deliver or assign to a fate, often unwanted. Example, they consigned the files to the archive and never spoke of it again. Persevere. To continue steadfastly despite difficulty or delay. Example, she persevered through 3 rejections before the work was published. Absolve. To formally free someone from blame, guilt, or obligation. Example, the court absolved him of all charges after the new testimony. Repudiate. To refuse to accept or deny the truth or validity of something. Example, he repudiated every accusation with cold, precise logic. Beguile. To charm or enchant, sometimes to deceive. Example, she beguiled the entire room without seeming to try. Profess. To claim openly, declare a belief or feeling. Example, he professed loyalty to the cause even as he worked against it. Divulge. To reveal secret or private information. Example, she refused to divulge the source, even under pressure. Disclaim. To deny responsibility for or knowledge of something. Example, he disclaimed any involvement the moment the story broke. Penalize. To impose a punishment or disadvantage on someone. Example, the rules penalized honesty in ways no one had anticipated. Atone. To make amends for a wrongdoing. Example, he spent the rest of his life trying to atone for that single choice. Enumerate. To list or count items one by one. Example, she enumerated every grievance slowly, missing nothing. Foreshadow. To be a sign or warning of something to come. Example, that quiet conversation foreshadowed everything that would follow. Befriend. To act as a friend to someone who needs support. Example, she befriended the new student before anyone else noticed her. Annihilate. To destroy something completely, wipe out entirely. Example, the army annihilated the opposing force in under an hour. Devastate. To destroy completely or overwhelm with shock. Example, the fire devastated the neighborhood and left nothing standing. Overpower. To overcome by greater strength or numbers. Example, 3 guards were needed to overpower the single prisoner. Mutilate. To inflict severe and disfiguring wounds on. Example, the explosion mutilated the statue beyond all recognition. Exterminate. To destroy completely, kill every last one. Example, the colony of rats was exterminated before the building could open. Maim. To wound or injure so as to cause permanent damage. Example, the blast maimed dozens of workers and killed 3 outright. Ransack. To go through a place stealing and causing damage. Example, thieves ransacked the apartment while the family was away. Plunder. To steal goods using force, especially in war. Example, the soldiers plundered every village along the road. Vanquish. To defeat thoroughly in battle or competition. Example, she vanquished every opponent before reaching the final. Repress. To subdue or suppress by force. Example, the regime repressed all opposition through fear and silence. Incarcerate. To imprison someone. Example, he was incarcerated for a crime he had not committed. Wrest. To seize something by force or great effort. Example, she wrested control of the company from her own board. Imprison. To confine someone in prison or a place they cannot leave. Example, they imprisoned the journalist without charge or trial. Abdicate. To renounce power, responsibility, or duty. Example, the king abdicated and left the country the same night. Capitulate. To surrender or give in after resistance. Example, after months of siege, the garrison finally capitulated. Engulf. To sweep over and cover completely. Example, flames engulfed the building before anyone could evacuate. Pillage. To rob a place using violence, especially in war. Example, the army pillaged the town and left it in ruins. Disfigure. To spoil or permanently damage the appearance of. Example, the acid disfigured half his face and ended his public career. Desecrate. To treat a sacred place or thing with violent disrespect. Example, vandals desecrated the memorial the night before the ceremony. Curtail. To reduce or restrict something. Example, budget cuts curtailed the program before it could prove itself. Aggrieve. To give cause for complaint, treat unjustly. Example, the new ruling aggrieved thousands of workers overnight. Shrivel. To wrinkle and contract through heat, cold, or dryness. Example, without water, the plants shriveled within days. Decompose. To break down into simpler parts, rot. Example, the evidence had decomposed beyond any useful analysis. Corrode. To wear away gradually through chemical action. Example, years of salt air had corroded the bolts beyond removal. Debase. To reduce in quality, value, or character. Example, cheap imitations debased the original's reputation within a year. Deform. To distort the shape or form of something. Example, the pressure deformed the structure until it was unrecognizable. Wither. To become dry and shrunken, lose vitality. Example, his confidence withered under her sustained, silent scrutiny. Dissipate. To scatter and disappear, waste gradually. Example, the crowd dissipated before the speech was even finished. Deteriorate. To become progressively worse. Example, his health deteriorated rapidly after the diagnosis. Slacken. To become or make less intense, tight, or fast. Example, his pace slackened as the hill steepened beneath him. Fritter. To waste time or resources on trivial things. Example, he frittered away the inheritance in less than a year. Exacerbate. To make a bad situation worse. Example, the intervention only exacerbated the tension it was meant to ease. Illuminate. To light up, make something clear or understandable. Example, a single lamp illuminated the face of everyone in the room. Embellish. To make more attractive by adding details, often exaggerated. Example, she embellished the story each time she told it. Immerse. To plunge into something, absorb deeply. Example, he immersed himself in the research and forgot to eat. Discern. To recognize or make out something that is not obvious. Example, in the dim light, she could barely discern his expression. Ascertain. To find out something for certain through investigation. Example, she ascertained the truth only by reading between the lines. Substantiate. To provide evidence that proves something is true. Example, he could not substantiate a single claim he had made. Engrave. To cut or carve into a surface, impress deeply on the mind. Example, the words were engraved on the stone and on her memory equally. Infuse. To fill something with a quality or element. Example, her presence infused the room with a calm no one could explain. Imbue. To inspire or permeate with a quality or feeling. Example, the speech imbued the crowd with a sense of shared purpose. Portend. To be a sign or omen of something to come. Example, the silence that followed portended nothing good. Foresee. To see or know something before it happens. Example, no one could have foreseen how quickly everything would unravel. Elude. To escape from or avoid cleverly, remain beyond reach. Example, the answer eluded him for months before it finally came. Construe. To interpret or understand in a particular way. Example, her silence was construed as agreement, which it was not. Misunderstand. To interpret incorrectly. Example, he misunderstood her tone and took offense where none was meant. Reiterate. To say or do something again, for emphasis or clarity. Example, she reiterated the warning until she was sure he had heard it. Constrain. To restrict or limit someone's freedom or behavior. Example, politeness constrained her from saying what she actually thought. Entangle. To cause to become caught in a complicated situation. Example, one lie entangled him in a web he could not escape. Submerge. To put or go beneath the surface, suppress completely. Example, he submerged his grief and returned to work the next morning. Confiscate. To take away property by authority. Example, officers confiscated every document before anyone could copy them. Detach. To separate from something, become emotionally distant. Example, she had learned to detach herself from outcomes she could not control. Disentangle. To free from complications or confusion. Example, it took hours to disentangle the facts from the rumors. Inundate. To overwhelm with a large amount of something. Example, the office was inundated with complaints before noon. Withhold. To refuse to give or share something. Example, she withheld the key information until the last possible moment. Disobey. To fail or refuse to follow a rule or instruction. Example, He disobeyed the order and was court-martialed for it. Frustrate. To prevent plans or efforts from succeeding. Example, bad weather frustrated every attempt to reach the summit. Engross. To absorb all of someone's attention completely. Example, the case engrossed him so fully he forgot to sleep. Heighten. To increase or intensify a feeling or quality. Example, the silence only heightened the tension in the room. Consecrate. To make or declare sacred, dedicate solemnly. Example, the ground was consecrated before the first stone was laid. Defile. To make impure or corrupt something held sacred. Example, greed defiled what had once been an honest institution. Denounce. To publicly declare something to be wrong or evil. Example, she denounced the verdict in an open letter that went viral. Abhor. To regard with disgust and hatred. Example, he abhorred dishonesty in all its forms, however small. Detest. To dislike intensely and with passion. Example, she detested confrontation but refused to avoid this one. Engender. To cause or give rise to a feeling or situation. Example, the scandal engendered a distrust that lasted decades. Vilify. To speak or write about in a harshly critical way. Example, the tabloids vilified him before he had even been charged. Victimize. To make someone the target of unfair treatment. Example, the system victimized those least equipped to fight back. Infringe. To act in a way that limits or violates a right or rule. Example, the new law infringed on freedoms people had long taken for granted. Profane. To treat something sacred with disrespect. Example, his casual attitude profaned everything the ceremony stood for. Disseminate. To spread information widely. Example, the report was disseminated to every department by morning. Grovel. To lie face down in submission, act with excessive humility. Example, he refused to grovel, even when it might have saved him. Resound. To fill a place with echoing or loud sound. Example, his laughter resounded through the empty corridor. Sear. To burn the surface intensely, mark permanently. Example, the image was seared into her memory and never faded. Quench. To satisfy a thirst or desire fully, extinguish. Example, no amount of water seemed to quench his thirst in that heat. Douse. To pour liquid over, extinguish a flame or enthusiasm. Example, he doused the campfire and listened to the silence return. Loiter. To stand or wait somewhere without obvious purpose. Example, two men loitered near the entrance for most of the afternoon. Alight. To descend and settle, come down from a vehicle. Example, she alighted from the carriage and did not look back. Teem. To be full of or swarming with activity or life. Example, the market teemed with vendors, buyers, and pickpockets alike. Prostrate. To lie face down, reduced to extreme weakness. Example, he prostrated himself before the altar and stayed until dawn. Enliven. To make more interesting or lively. Example, a single witty remark enlivened an otherwise dull evening. Condense. To compress into a shorter, denser form. Example, he condensed 3 hours of notes into a single page. Sedate. To calm someone using medicine or by other means. Example, the doctor sedated him before they could examine the wound. Outstrip. To surpass or exceed in performance or extent. Example, demand outstripped supply within the first week of the launch. Shirk. To avoid a duty or responsibility through laziness. Example, he shirked every difficult task and let others carry the load. Slake. To satisfy a thirst, hunger, or craving. Example, he slaked his thirst at the river before pushing further into the hills. Pare. To reduce something gradually, trim away the outer layer. Example, she pared the budget down to only what was absolutely essential. Overshadow. To tower over, make something seem less important by comparison. Example, his later achievements overshadowed the scandal that had nearly ended him. Enlighten. To give someone greater knowledge or understanding. Example, he chose to enlighten the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Decipher. To convert something into normal language, figure out something difficult. Example, the committee refused to decipher until every claim had been independently verified. Decode. To convert a coded message into plain language, interpret meaning. Example, the committee refused to decode until every claim had been independently verified. Elucidate. To make something clear and easy to understand. Example, the committee refused to elucidate until every claim had been independently verified. Corroborate. To confirm or support a statement with evidence. Example, he chose to corroborate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Authenticate. To prove or confirm the genuineness of something. Example, they voted to authenticate the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Allude. To make an indirect reference to something without naming it. Example, they voted to elude the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Annotate. To add explanatory notes or comments to a text. Example, he chose to annotate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Transcribe. To put something spoken or written into another form. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to transcribe under such relentless scrutiny. Expound. To explain or present a theory in detail. Example, they voted to expound the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Promulgate. To make known or promote widely, put a law into effect. Example, the committee refused to promulgate until every claim had been independently verified. Interject. To say something abruptly in the middle of another speech. Example, the committee refused to interject until every claim had been independently verified. Refute. To prove a statement or person to be wrong. Example, they voted to refute the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Rectify. To put something right, correct an error or injustice. Example, he chose to rectify the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Concur. To agree with an opinion or decision. Example, he chose to concur the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Implicate. To show someone to be involved in a crime or wrongdoing. Example, the committee refused to implicate until every claim had been independently verified. Abridge. To shorten a text while keeping the essential content. Example, he chose to abridge the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Appraise. To assess the value, quality, or nature of something. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to appraise under such relentless scrutiny. Circulate. To pass something around or make it widely known. Example, the committee refused to circulate until every claim had been independently verified. Mesmerize. To hold someone completely spellbound, hypnotize. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to mesmerize under such relentless scrutiny. Galvanize. To shock or excite someone into taking action. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to galvanize under such relentless scrutiny. Seduce. To attract irresistibly, lead someone astray with charm. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to seduce under such relentless scrutiny. Tempt. To attract or entice someone towards something risky or wrong. Example, he chose to tempt the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Flatter. To praise someone excessively, often to gain advantage. Example, he chose to flatter the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Instigate. To provoke or incite someone to do something, often trouble. Example, the committee refused to instigate until every claim had been independently verified. Mislead. To cause someone to have a wrong idea or impression. Example, they voted to mislead the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Subvert. To undermine the power or authority of something. Example, they voted to subvert the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Usurp. To seize power or a position without authority or right. Example, they voted to usurp the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Denigrate. To unfairly criticize or belittle someone or their work. Example, they voted to denigrate the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Castigate. To reprimand or punish someone severely. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to castigate under such relentless scrutiny. Procure. To obtain something, especially with effort or care. Example, the committee refused to procure until every claim had been independently verified. Reciprocate. To respond to an action or feeling with a similar one. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to reciprocate under such relentless scrutiny. Revitalize. To give new life, energy, or strength to something. Example, they voted to revitalize the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Frown. To furrow the brow to show displeasure or concentration. Example, the committee refused to frown until every claim had been independently verified. Grimace. To contort the face to express pain, disgust, or discomfort. Example, the committee refused to grimace until every claim had been independently verified. Amuse. To entertain or cause someone to laugh or smile. Example, they voted to amuse the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Groan. To make a deep sound of pain, displeasure, or effort. Example, they voted to groan the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Quip. To make a clever or witty remark. Example, they voted to quip the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Slump. To drop suddenly or lean heavily in dejection or exhaustion. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to slump under such relentless scrutiny. Exonerate. To officially free someone from blame or a criminal charge. Example, they voted to exonerate the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Eradicate. To completely destroy or eliminate something. Example, he chose to eradicate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Alienate. To cause someone to feel isolated or estranged. Example, they voted to alienate the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Dismantle. To take apart piece by piece, disassemble or end systematically. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to dismantle under such relentless scrutiny. Succumb. To yield to a superior force or overwhelming desire. Example, he chose to succumb the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Adorn. To add ornament or beauty to something. Example, the committee refused to adorn until every claim had been independently verified. Bequeath. To leave property or equality to someone after death. Example, they voted to bequeath the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Concoct. To create or devise something, often deceitfully. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to concoct under such relentless scrutiny. Staunch. To stop the flow of blood or liquid from a wound. Example, he chose to staunch the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Subside. To become less intense or sink to a lower level. Example, they voted to subside the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Deflate. To release air from, reduce in competence or importance. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to deflate under such relentless scrutiny. Recuperate. To recover from illness, exhaustion, or difficulty. Example, the committee refused to recuperate until every claim had been independently verified. Broaden. To make or become wider, extend in scope or range. Example, they voted to broaden the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Disorient. To cause someone to lose their sense of direction or clarity. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to disorient under such relentless scrutiny. Disperse. To scatter or spread widely in different directions. Example, they voted to disperse the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Imitate. To copy someone's actions, speech, or manner. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to imitate under such relentless scrutiny. Smite. To strike with a firm, heavy blow, afflict suddenly and powerfully. Example, the storm smote the fleet before they could reach the shore. Anoint. To rub with oil or ointment as part of a ceremony, choose as sacred. Example, the priestess anointed his forehead before he entered the temple. Ordain. To declare or order something by divine or official authority. Example, fate ordained that he would wander for 10 years before returning home. Foretell. To predict or reveal the future, especially through divine insight. Example, the oracle foretold a journey filled with grief and glory. Bewitch. To cast a spell on, enchant someone completely. Example, the island bewitched his men and made them forget the sea. Hallowed. To make or honor as holy, regard with great reverence. Example, they hallowed the ground where the hero had fallen. Sanctify. To make something holy or morally pure. Example, the sacrifice sanctified the alliance before the battle began. Conjure. To summon a spirit or image, call into being as if by magic. Example, she conjured his ghost from the depths with a whispered rite. Prophesy. To predict or declare something by divine inspiration. Example, he prophesied ruin for anyone who entered the cave. Embolden. To give someone the courage or confidence to act. Example, one act of loyalty emboldened the rest to stand and fight. Extricate. To free someone from a difficult or complicated situation. Example, she extricated herself from the promise with a careful lie. Gird. To encircle or secure, prepare oneself for action. Example, he girded his sword and said nothing as he stepped outside. Enrage. To make someone violently angry. Example, the insult enraged him beyond any hope of reason. Repel. To drive back an attack, cause disgust or aversion. Example, the garrison repelled 3 assaults before the walls finally fell. Demolish. To knock down or destroy completely. Example, the siege engine demolished the gate in a single hour. Inflame. To arouse passionate feeling, make a situation worse. Example, his speech inflamed the crowd into acts no one could take back. Spurn. To reject with contempt, refuse scornfully. Example, she spurned every offer and shut the door in his face. Flay. To strip the skin from, criticize very harshly. Example, the critic flayed the novel in a review that ran 3 pages. Emasculate. To deprive of strength, power, or spirit. Example, the compromise emasculated the bill before it could pass. Vanquish. To defeat thoroughly in battle or competition. Example, she vanquished every opponent before reaching the final. Circumvent. To find a way around an obstacle or rule. Example, he circumvented the law through a series of careful technicalities. Pillage. To rob a place using violence, plunder in war. Example, the soldiers pillaged every village along the road. Disband. To break up a group so it no longer exists. Example, the general disbanded the regiment the morning after the surrender. Extol. To praise enthusiastically. Example, poets extolled the warrior's courage for generations. Hearken. To listen carefully, pay close attention to. Example, he hearkened to the wind and knew a storm was close. Tarry. To stay longer than intended, delay in leaving. Example, they tarried at the harbor, unwilling to face the open sea. Wend. To travel or make one's way slowly or by a winding path. Example, she wended her way home through streets she no longer recognized. Moor. To secure a boat in place with a rope or anchor. Example, they moored the ship in a cove before nightfall. Ensnare. To catch in or as if in a trap, entangle cunningly. Example, the false promise ensnared him for years before he understood. Unravel. To undo or come apart, solve or explain something complex. Example, she unraveled the plot in a single paragraph. Eschew. To deliberately avoid or abstain from something. Example, he eschewed luxury and lived simply for the rest of his life. Procrastinate. To delay or postpone action unnecessarily. Example, she procrastinated until the deadline had passed and apologized to no one. Converge. To come together from different directions toward a single point. Example, all roads converged on the city by midday. Appease. To pacify someone by giving in to their demands. Example, she appeased him with concessions that cost her everything. Bewail. To express great sorrow over, lament deeply. Example, the women bewailed the fallen at the gates of the city. Loathe. To feel intense dislike or disgust for something. Example, he loathed the work but needed the money too much to quit. Rejoice. To feel or show great joy. Example, the crowd rejoiced when the verdict was read aloud. Nourish. To provide what is needed to grow or thrive. Example, she nourished her ambition in silence for years. Abstain. To choose to refrain from something, hold back from. Example, he abstained from the vote in a silent act of protest. Squander. To waste resources, time, or opportunity carelessly. Example, he squandered his inheritance in a single reckless year. Deign. To do something one considers beneath one's dignity. Example, she deigned to answer only after he asked a third time. Luxuriate. To indulge in or enjoy something richly pleasurable. Example, he luxuriated in the bath after months in the field. Bask. To lie exposed to pleasant warmth, take pleasure in approval. Example, she basked in the praise long after the applause had stopped. Dissuade. To persuade someone not to take a particular action. Example, nothing could dissuade him once the decision had been made. Purify. To make clean and free of impurities or wrongdoing. Example, the ritual purified the space before the ceremony could begin. Pertain. To be relevant or applicable to something. Example, all remarks pertaining to the incident were struck from the record. Liberate. To set someone free from oppression or imprisonment. Example, the army liberated the town after a 3-week siege. Emancipate. To free from legal, social, or political restriction. Example, the decree emancipated thousands overnight. Commend. To formally praise or recommend someone. Example, the officer commended 3 soldiers for exceptional bravery. Affirm. To state something as fact, confirm with certainty. Example, he affirmed his position without raising his voice. Confer. To grant a title or benefit, consult with others. Example, the university conferred an honorary degree on her. Accede. To agree to a demand after initial resistance, assume an office. Example, he acceded to their terms, but only under pressure. Renounce. To formally give up a claim, title, or belief. Example, she renounced her citizenship and left without looking back. Impair. To weaken or damage the functioning of something. Example, the injury impaired his ability to work for months. Avert. To prevent something bad from happening, turn away. Example, quick thinking averted what could have been a disaster. Extort. To obtain something by threats or force. Example, he extorted silence from the witness with a single look. Divest. To strip of possessions, power, or rights. Example, the board divested her of all authority in a single meeting. Abscond. To leave hurriedly and secretly to escape consequences. Example, he absconded with the funds before anyone noticed they were gone. Flout. To openly disregard a rule or convention with contempt. Example, she flouted every regulation and dared anyone to challenge her. Adjourn. To suspend proceedings to a later time. Example, the judge adjourned the hearing until the following Monday. Preclude. To make something impossible, prevent from happening. Example, his absence precluded any chance of a negotiated settlement. Espouse. To adopt or support a cause, belief, or idea. Example, she espoused the theory long before it became fashionable. Convene. To come together formally for a meeting. Example, the council convened at dawn to decide the matter. Beautify. To make more beautiful or attractive. Example, they beautified the square with murals that told the city's history. Embroider. To decorate with needlework, add exaggerated detail to a story. Example, she embroidered the truth until it was barely recognizable. Glorify. To describe or represent as admirable, praise extravagantly. Example, the film glorified war in ways that troubled many veterans. Unveil. To remove a covering, reveal something previously hidden. Example, she unveiled the plan to a stunned boardroom. Unmask. To expose the true identity or nature of someone. Example, the investigation unmasked the fraud that had run for a decade. Gilded. To cover thinly with gold, give a deceptively attractive appearance. Example, they gilded the statue until it blazed in the afternoon sun. Regale. To entertain with stories or lavish food and drink. Example, he regaled the guests with tales from his years at sea. Propagate. To spread or promote an idea widely, breed or reproduce. Example, the rumor propagated through the town before it could be denied. Deplete. To use up a resource, reduce something to a much smaller amount. Example, 3 weeks of drought depleted the reservoir to critical levels. Recite. To repeat aloud from memory, give a detailed account. Example, she recited the poem without hesitation or error. Liken. To describe one thing as being similar to another. Example, he likened the process to dismantling a clock in the dark. Outshine. To shine more brightly than, surpass in achievement or quality. Example, her final performance outshone everything she had done before. Exhale. To breathe out, release slowly. Example, she exhaled slowly and allowed herself to feel relieved. Embed. To fix firmly in surrounding material, place within a context. Example, the journalist embedded herself with the unit for 3 months. Fluctuate. To rise and fall irregularly, change unpredictably. Example, his mood fluctuated between hope and despair throughout the trial. Obfuscate. To make something unclear or confusing on purpose. Example, the report obfuscated the findings behind walls of jargon. Attest. To provide clear evidence of, formally confirm as true. Example, the records attested to 15 years of flawless service. Impart. To pass on knowledge or a quality to someone. Example, she imparted the lesson without making him feel inferior. Abet. To encourage or assist in wrongdoing. Example, the committee refused to abet until every claim had been independently verified. Abrogate. To repeal or do away with a law or right. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to abrogate under such relentless scrutiny. Adduce. To cite as evidence or as an example. Example, he chose to adduce the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Advocate. To publicly recommend or support. Example, they voted to advocate the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Allocate. To distribute resources for a particular purpose. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to allocate under such relentless scrutiny. Ameliorate. To make something bad better, to improve. Example, they voted to ameliorate the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Assimilate. To absorb and integrate into a wider group. Example, the committee refused to assimilate until every claim had been independently verified. Aver. To assert or declare something is true. Example, he chose to aver the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Cachinnate. To laugh loudly and immoderately. Example, he chose to cachinnate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Cavil. To make petty or unnecessary objections. Example, they voted to cavil the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Censure. To express severe disapproval of someone. Example, the committee voted to censure the minister for his conduct during the inquiry. Circumscribe. To restrict or limit, to draw a line around. Example, they voted to circumscribe the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Conjecture. To form an opinion without clear evidence. Example, he chose to conjecture the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Crepitate. To make a crackling or snapping sound. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to crepitate under such relentless scrutiny. Cull. To select from a larger group, to reduce a population. Example, the committee refused to cull until every claim had been independently verified. Defenestrate. To throw someone or something out of a window. Example, he chose to defenestrate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Defray. To provide money to pay costs or expenses. Example, they voted to defray the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Delegate. To entrust a task or responsibility to another person. Example, they voted to delegate the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Digress. To stray from the main subject. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to digress under such relentless scrutiny. Dissemble. To conceal true feelings or intentions deceptively. Example, the committee refused to dissemble until every claim had been independently verified. Divagate. To wander or digress from the main subject. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to divagate under such relentless scrutiny. Edify. To instruct or improve someone morally or intellectually. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to edify under such relentless scrutiny. Efface. To erase or remove all traces of something. Example, he chose to efface the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Enervate. To weaken or deprive of strength or energy. Example, he chose to enervate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Excoriate. To criticize someone very severely. Example, the committee refused to excoriate until every claim had been independently verified. Execrate. To curse, to express hatred or abhorrence for. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to execrate under such relentless scrutiny. Expatiate. To speak or write at great length on a subject. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to expatiate under such relentless scrutiny. Expedite. To make something happen sooner or more efficiently. Example, the committee refused to expedite until every claim had been independently verified. Expunge. To erase or remove something completely. Example, the committee refused to expunge until every claim had been independently verified. Expurgate. To remove obscene or objectionable parts from a text. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to expurgate under such relentless scrutiny. Extemporize. To speak or perform without preparation. Example, the committee refused to extemporize until every claim had been independently verified. Extirpate. To destroy completely, to eradicate. Example, he chose to extirpate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Fulminate. To issue a thunderous denunciation or protest. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to fulminate under such relentless scrutiny. Importune. To pester or harass with persistent requests. Example, they voted to importune the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Impute. To attribute or ascribe a quality or action to someone. Example, the committee refused to impute until every claim had been independently verified. Incriminate. To make someone appear guilty of wrongdoing. Example, they voted to incriminate the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Interpolate. To insert something into a text or conversation. Example, they voted to interpolate the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Juxtapose. To place two things side by side for comparison. Example, they voted to juxtapose the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Leoneize. To treat someone as a celebrity or hero. Example, he chose to leoneize the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Malinger. To feign illness to avoid duty or responsibility. Example, they voted to malinger the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Manumit. To set a person free from slavery. Example, they voted to manumit the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Obviate. To remove or prevent a need or difficulty. Example, he chose to obviate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Ostracize. To exclude or banish from a group or society. Example, the committee refused to ostracize until every claim had been independently verified. Palliate. To reduce the severity of pain or guilt without curing. Example, the committee refused to palliate until every claim had been independently verified. Paraphrase. To restate something in different words. Example, they voted to paraphrase the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Peculate. To embezzle or steal public funds. Example, they voted to peculate the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Pontificate. To express one's opinions in a pompous or dogmatic way. Example, he chose to pontificate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Prognosticate. To predict or foretell future events. Example, he chose to prognosticate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Propitiate. To win favor or appease someone by doing what they want. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to propitiate under such relentless scrutiny. Proscribe. To officially forbid or prohibit something. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to proscribe under such relentless scrutiny. Rebuff. To reject or refuse someone bluntly. Example, he chose to rebuff the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Reconcile. To restore friendly relations, to make two things compatible. Example, the committee refused to reconcile until every claim had been independently verified. Recur. To occur again, to happen repeatedly. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to recur under such relentless scrutiny. Redress. To remedy or make amends for a wrong. Example, the committee refused to redress until every claim had been independently verified. Remonstrate. To express strong objection or protest. Example, the committee refused to remonstrate until every claim had been independently verified. Rescind. To revoke, cancel, or repeal something officially. Example, the committee refused to rescind until every claim had been independently verified. Sanction. To officially approve or authorize something. Example, they voted to sanction the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Scarify. To make cuts in, to criticize harshly. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to scarify under such relentless scrutiny. Subjugate. To bring under domination or control. Example, he chose to subjugate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Supplicate. To make a humble and earnest request. Example, he chose to supplicate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Suppurate. To form or discharge pus, to fester. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to suppurate under such relentless scrutiny. Traduce. To speak falsely and maliciously about someone, to slander. Example, the committee refused to traduce until every claim had been independently verified. Transmute. To transform or convert into a different form or substance. Example, they voted to transmute the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Triturate. To rub, grind, or crush something into a fine powder. Example, the committee refused to triturate until every claim had been independently verified. Truncate. To cut off or shorten something abruptly. Example, he chose to truncate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Vacillate. To waver between different opinions or actions. Example, she found it increasingly difficult to vacillate under such relentless scrutiny. Venerate. To regard with deep respect or reverence. Example, he chose to venerate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Vitiate. To spoil or impair, to make something ineffective. Example, he chose to vitiate the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Waive. To voluntarily give up a right or claim. Example, the committee refused to waive until every claim had been independently verified. Warrant. To justify or necessitate a course of action. Example, they voted to warrant the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Succor. To help or relieve someone in time of need or difficulty. Example, they voted to succor the proposal by a margin that surprised most observers. Surfeit. To feed or supply to excess, especially to the point of discomfort or disgust. Example, he chose to surfeit the matter rather than let it fester any longer. Annul. To declare invalid, to repeal or rescind. Example, the results were annulled after several candidates alleged electoral malpractice. Bolster. To support or strengthen something. Example, if the results are confirmed, they will bolster voters' belief in the system. Doff. To remove an item of clothing, especially a hat, briefly as a salute. Example, gentlemen would doff their hats to women they passed on the street, a social custom now largely extinct. Dote. To be extremely and uncritically fond of someone, to adore. Example, falling birth rates allowed parents to dote on fewer children. Endow. To provide with a quality, ability, or asset, to bless or equip. Example, good and inspiring teachers are portrayed as endowed with supernatural gifts. Garner. To gather or collect something, especially information or approval. Example, labs that garnered more payoffs were more likely to pass on their methods. Loll. To sit, lie or stand in a lazy, relaxed way, to lounge or sprawl. Example, the pair loll on a green hillside in the south of Munich where he'd bought a house. Pine. To miss and long for the return of something. Example, few DJs pine for the days of ones and twos. Rue. To bitterly regret something, to lament and bemoan. Example, she rued the hasty decision long after the consequences became clear. Whitewash. To deliberately attempt to conceal unpleasant facts about a person or organization. Example, in trying to whitewash the past, the government may stir up prejudice. Whittle. To reduce something in size, amount, or extent by gradual steps, to erode. Example, Democrats had spent a nervous September watching their lead whittle away. Apprise. To inform or tell someone, to notify and advise. Example, secret information is useful in apprising countries of the intentions of others. Ascribe. To attribute something, usually a cause, to someone or something. Example, his doctor first described his sharp pains and dwindling frame to the demands of residency. Coalesce. To come together and form one mass or whole, to merge and fuse. Example, the waves tend to coalesce to form two main shock waves. Condone. To accept and allow behavior that is considered morally wrong or offensive. Example, a government that condones such behavior risks normalizing it entirely. Demur. To raise doubts or objections, to show reluctance or take exception. Example, she demurred when asked to sign the contract without reading it first. Dilate. To make or become wider, larger, or more open. Example, theobromine helps reduce high blood pressure because it helps to dilate blood vessels. Eddy. Of water, air, or smoke, to move in a circular way, to swirl and whirl. Example, Hokusai was a master of line and pattern, inscribing forms within contours that eddy like mountain stream currents. Forestall. To prevent or obstruct something from happening by taking advance action, to preempt. Example, to forestall a social crisis, governments should consider attacks on robots. Inculcate. To instill an attitude, idea, or habit by persistent instruction. Example, the tests and ceremonies were to start inculcating a sense of common values. Mire. To be entangled or involved in something difficult. Example, the project became mired in bureaucratic delays from which it never recovered. Opine. To hold and state one's opinion, to declare a view. Example, the voters may opine on the principle. Parry. To answer evasively, to fend off or sidestep. Example, this president-elect has shown a remarkable ability to dodge and parry on everything. Recant. To say that you no longer hold an opinion or belief, to renounce and disavow. Example, analysts who predict turmoil are warned to shut up or recant. Stipulate. To demand or specify, typically as part of a bargain, contract, or agreement. Example, larger economies can stipulate terms that suit them. Tout. To attempt to sell something, typically by pestering people aggressively. Example: these providers have been touting products such as coffee pots that turn on when the alarm clock rings. Abjure. To solemnly renounce or recant a belief, cause or claim, to disavow. Example: there is a particular pledge where you abjure certain practices forever. Bilk. To obtain money from someone by deceit or without justification, to defraud. Example: they bilk the system and get away with it thanks to political contacts. Conscript. To enlist someone in a compulsory way, to draft and call up. Example: most Jewish Israelis are conscripted into the military. Cosset. To care for and protect in an overindulgent way, to pamper and spoil. Example: Scotland's politicians were cosset ing firms, protecting and indulging them. Expiate. To atone for guilt or sin, to make amends. Example: a nation humiliated now wants to expiate that humiliation. Gainsay. To speak against or oppose someone, to contradict and dispute. Example: she was too young to know better, let alone gainsay her uncle. Impugn. To dispute the truth, validity, or honesty of someone's statement or motives. Example: he impugned her motives, suggesting she had acted out of self-interest rather than principle. Lambaste. To criticize someone harshly, to castigate and condemn. Example: the president was lambasted for his otherworldly complacency. Occlude. To stop, cover up, or obstruct something, to block and conceal. Example: Mars will be occluded by the sun for 2 weeks. Winnow. To separate out what is valuable from what is not, to filter and sift. Example: many lawmakers wish to winnow America's overstuffed prisons. Buttonholes. To detain a person in conversation against their will. Example: a fair young woman sat in a high-backed chair in a corner, and gentlemen with flowers and tea-air buttonholes were talking to ladies round the fire. Vituperate. To criticize in a harsh or abusive manner. Example: it is not my design, the ref, or to vituperate my deceased friend, Toby Dammit. Misconstrues. To interpret erroneously, to understand incorrectly, to misunderstand. Example: albeit you have deserved high commendation, true applause, and love, yet such is now the Duke's condition, that he misconstrues all that you have done. Anatomize. To inspect or investigate by dissection. Example: I speak but brotherly of him, but should I anatomize him to thee as he is, I must blush and weep, and thou must look pale and wonder. Proclaims. To announce or declare. Example: Jack Cade proclaims himself Lord Mortimer, descended from the Duke of Clarence house, and calls your grace usurper openly, and vows to crown himself in Westminster. Overblown. To cover with blossoms or flowers. Example: now, lords, my collar being overblown with walking once about the quadrangle, I come to talk of Commonwealth affairs. Outlive. To live longer than, continue to live after the death of, overlive, survive. Example: the Duke yet lives that Henry shall depose, but him outlive and die a violent death. Dandle. To move up and down on one's knee or in one's arms, in affectionate play, as an infant. Example: he dandled his little boy on his knee. Outdistance. To run further or faster than another, or to finish a race with a large margin. Example, the hare outdistanced the fox. Bedeck. To deck, ornament, or adorn, to grace. Example, a church bedecked with flowers. Betoken. To signify by some visible object, show by signs or tokens. Example, literary won a small gift betokening regret. Bestride. To be astride something, to stand over or sit on with legs on either side, especially to sit on a horse. Example, the oil field bestrides the border. Gallivant. To roam about for pleasure without any definite plan. Example, my days of gallivanting are long past. Orate. To speak formally, to give a speech. Example, she orated with a contagious passion. Globalize. To make something global in scope. Example, plans to globalize the company. Strew. Archaic except strewn, to distribute objects or pieces of something over an area, especially in a random manner. Example, rose petals were strewn along the aisle. Convalesce. To recover health and strength gradually after sickness or weakness. Example, he went abroad to convalesce. Moralize. To make moral reflections on, upon, about, or over something, to regard acts and events as involving a moral. Example, it isn't your job to moralize to me. Arraign. To officially charge someone in a court of law. Example, he was arraigned for murder. Deafen. To make deaf either temporarily or permanently. Example, they were deafened by the explosion. Exult. To rejoice, to be very happy, especially in triumph. Example, her opponents exulted when she left. Congeal. To change from a liquid to solid state perhaps by cold. Example, the gravy is starting to congeal. Embalm. To treat a corpse with preservatives in order to prevent decomposition. Example, his body had been embalmed. Titillate. To stimulate or excite sensually. Example, the dancers titillated the audience. Adjoin. To be in contact or connection with. Example, the kitchen adjoins the dining room. Attune. To bring into musical accord. Example, we are finally attuned to city life. Betide. To happen unto, to befall. Example, literary not knowing what would betide. Behoove. To befit, to suit. Example, it behooves me to go. Equalize. To make equal, to cause to correspond in amount or degree. Example, attempts to equalize their earnings. Sterilize. To deprive of the ability to procreate. Example, the scalpel was first sterilized. Ripen. To grow ripe, to become mature, set of grain, fruit, flowers, etc. Example, we let the grapes ripen on the vine. Baptize. To perform the sacrament of baptism by sprinkling or pouring water over someone or immersing them in water. Example, he was baptized as a baby. Proliferate. To increase in number or spread rapidly, to multiply. Example, stories of her trial proliferated. thicken. To make thicker, in the sense of wider. Example, stir the sauce as it thickens. Molest. To annoy intentionally. Example, the crowd molested the police. Vacate. To move out of a dwelling, either by choice or by eviction. Example, he was forced to vacate the premises. Mobilize. To prepare and organize resources, people, or forces for active service or use. Example, the charity mobilized hundreds of volunteers within hours of the disaster. Intersect. To cut into or between, to cut or cross mutually, to divide into parts. Example, the lines intersect at right angles. Detain. To keep someone from proceeding by holding them back or making claims on their attention. Example, they were detained for questioning. Signify. To create a sign out of something. Example, she chose to signify the matter before making any public statement. Endanger. To put someone or something in danger, to risk causing harm to. Example, the pollutants endanger the fish. Formulate. To reduce to, or express in, a formula, to put in a clear and definite form of statement or expression. Example, the miners formulated a plan. Plumb. To explore or experience fully the most extreme aspects of something. Example, the novel plumbs the darkest corners of grief and guilt. Negate. To make ineffective, to nullify or cancel out. Example, a single careless act can negate months of patient reputation building. Ratify. To give formal consent to make officially valid. Example, 3/4 of the member states were needed to ratify the amendment. Defuse. To make a situation less tense or dangerous, to diffuse. Example, the mediator managed to defuse the crisis before it escalated further. Rationalize. To attempt to justify a decision or action with seemingly logical reasons. Example, he rationalized his decision by citing the public interest. Equivocate. Use ambiguous language so as to conceal the truth, to prevaricate. Example, the minister equivocated for 20 minutes without answering the question. Assassinate. To murder a prominent or public figure, usually for political or ideological reasons. Example, the plan to assassinate the Prime Minister was uncovered before it could be carried out.